Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome. What is up with this? I'm not liking this. Does that look, that changed? How is everybody today? Hey PF Dennis, hey Rod, hey Andrew, and Jose and Bill, hey Tuxedo, hey Phil, hey Kobe. Don't knock it. Our folks. Hey Jaeger and Tuxedo, Jose and Rick. It is different. It's not applying any of the style stuff that I have set up. And it's probably because YouTube changed something. Hey, Scott and Jeff. Who else? Dr. Dave and Iconic Fab. Okay, that's enough scrolling. Hi, Tim and Malfrey. Hi, Sir Guy. How the GPs? And it's Mike. Hey, Scope and Rick and Wolf Pup. WT Cook and Orion. Hi, Jack. Tohos, thanks for being a member. Why am I awake at 1 a.m.? Because this is so fun. I don't like that chat. There's no more transparency. It's, I'm going to have to work on that. That was not like that last stream. I would have noticed. I think I would have noticed that. Hi, Steven. Hey, William. Oh, let me get my phone out of my pocket. Don't want any problems there. Okay, we are so close on this build. It is going well. There's a little bit of work that I did between streams just to help ensure that we're gonna make progress today, and we're gonna maybe push plastic. We should push plastic. So, but we have a lot to do in order to get there. So let me clean up a few things here. Make sure I've got what we're working on. I purchased my tickets yesterday, day before. So flight is booked. It was that way last streams too. Hi, Kobe. How are you? It was that way last stream? Okay. I did not notice then. I don't look at the preview. OBS preview is up on my screens, but I have a larger window of chat on another screen. Let's see what shakes loose exactly. Hi, Bryce. I remember it being that way last week. I'll have to bring up the replay, because here, we can do that real quick. I gotta know. Did I just completely miss that? Let me bring it up. Is that a flight for Smurf? Yes. My flight is booked for Smurf. Works out really well. I'm going to be able to fly with another one in the Taco on the Voron team, as long as Virgin doesn't move our flights around. Be able to fly with him over the Atlantic. So you just checked, Tuxedo. It was that way last week. Okay. The problem is I don't remember what site I used. It's a style sheet that gets applied, and I don't remember what site I used to generate it. See if they've updated anything. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about confirming that then. Are you gonna crimp JST connectors on this stream? No, I will not be. Do you have questions about crimping JST connectors? OBS should have a setting to add transparency. Yeah, that's true. That is true. I think I will cause a problem if I try to do that right now. I don't see anything. I think I would switch sources in order to do that with the way I have it set up. So it's not that bad. We'll figure it out later. What crimper are you using, Kobe? And wire size and the die size all make a difference. So, okay. What did I do in between stream? So last stream we had a problem with one of the tools. So if we look at, and let's see if we can get something here. This thing is getting heavier and heavier. So tool 3 right here, I could not get to tighten on the carriage, right? So it would wiggle a little bit no matter what I did for that. Hey, nice. Hey, babies. Hey, Ella. Gonna run a bath and cycle home. Been to IKEA in Sweden. So what I noticed is these bearings here were loose enough that I could roll them with my fingers, but I couldn't on any other tool heads. So something was going on here. Worked on this a bit. Question on if there's a bearing size difference, if there's a machine part difference, but I fixed it basically by reprinting this plastic piece right behind it. And I printed it with more density and more top and bottom layers. More infill density, more top and bottom layers, and just put it together as a fresh assembly. Now it's solid. I was able to get it configured to clamp onto the carriage as solid as the rest of them. It's fine. It's possible that when I was setting up the alignment of the tool heads on the carriage here, I was using, if you remember, I was using a clamp to hold the top position and then pulling the part in with the lever or the engagement mechanism. And it's possible that I put just a little too much pressure on that clamp and pushed those bearings into the plastic behind it, a little more than the others. So just kind of thinking of what would be the cause of why is that one different from the others. So I redid that. It's working fine now. We're good. Hey, Maker. Or Dan. Hey, John. Let's see. So that's taken care of. I remodeled these little guides for the cable chain. And what these do is allow or force this chain to ramp up on top of the extrusions here as it's moving in this quadrant of the build area. What I found out working on this is if I started my homing move or a move from around here and going back, it was catching on this rear piece. It was catching the cable chain and then causing it to skip steps. So I remodeled these. I wanted to make them wider anyway, and I extended them out as far as I could get away with, and gave a little bit more of a slope to ramp up, and it appears that that is working okay. One of the things that is in the way is this NEMA 8 motor, and the instructions are going to be updated to put this connector towards the front of the printer. And then probably a note that if you use this wire cover, there is room behind here for a couple microfit connectors. So you should be able to clean up this wiring even more by just running that wire to a connector underneath this cover. So, hey Eclipse, hey Patek Puma, hey Mark. Just put together an IKEA Alex drawer on wheels, fits under one of my printer tables. Nice. I have those little metal stack of like 6 little drawers. Those fit underneath my desks pretty well and are little great place for an additional, I have 2 of them, so I have an extra dozen junk drawers. Perfect. Hey Biney, hey RFK. And Morden and Woodcat. So that is kind of the between stream work. I did do some work on kind of figuring out the next commissioning steps. So we won't have to go through all 5 tool heads. We're going to go through tool heads 0 and 1 and go through that whole process, as well as locating the Z offset probe and that. So we're really close. Before we do any of that, the next thing is to get this auxiliary fan assembled and hooked up. So I will be probably having to do some crimping, but it won't be JST. because that wire is probably going to need to be extended. Eclipse, thanks for the gifted memberships. Any update on Kid and Watch? Hey, Brent. I did order a litter robot, and it is going to be delivered. Well, it's going to be delivered starting today. It's several packages, but we're getting very close to having everything in place, and then the search is on. Search hasn't really started yet, but it will be. It'll happen pretty quick, I think. For longer reach cable chains, I normally put a soft rubber tube in it so that it keeps its shape. Well, this has this these lines that seem to help at least a little bit. I'm not 100% sure on if it's contributing to helping hold it up or pushing it down, but this seems to work okay, this little ramp piece. Hi, Tim and Wolf Pup. Who doesn't like a litter robot? I'm so looking forward to that. That was one of the, I was terrible at the keeping that clean. So that'll just be, cats will appreciate it, I'm sure. So let's see here. Let's go here, and we are going to reassemble this. So changes that were made to these parts are the mounting holes were corrected for the vast majority of these fans. So the model that was originally used to create this part, the fan model, was different than what appears to be closer to a standard on these. These should be 150 millimeters apart on the mounting holes, and the other one was 103.8. And apparently that matches the bamboo fan of this size. They use a little different fan. So that was corrected. This piece, this is two pieces. There's the fan outlet piece up here, and this is just for printability. I glued this together, and then there's a new back half. So let's get this together. A couple Maine Coons. Hey, Kudrith. I got to know some of the people at Litter Robot, now called Whiskers, from meeting them at CES. Nice. The best ones are the ones that seem to find you. Yeah, we will be taking a little bit of time in terms of trying to interact with them before moving forward. Where is my, oh, is it in here? There it is. Actually used this for something the other day. So we'll see. I have the last gen little robot. Hey, Kenneth. You have to have a cat for the little robot. Well, I mean, you do you. Have baby cockroaches if they'll suffice instead. No. Hey, Bearded Bucket. So let's get this going. That and heat sets. And the 5 heat sets for the little assembly here. These can go away. Go. And that's heated. The 2. So 3 in that part, and then 2 in this part. We're going to that's always fun, the pop that makes when it comes out of that foam spot. I'm just gonna make sure to get any little bit of First layer squish, elephant's foot taken care of. Mine pops the same. Love that sound. Oh yeah. Did that come across? Hi Helge. Hey Turtle. Hey Collie. Did the noise canceling kill it, or did it actually come across? Okay. Ow. Hey, Shawdell. TT. That pop came across fine. Nice. Okay, so that's that. Let me grab the old assembly because I have fasteners on here. Pull out. This one was hacked up all over the place trying to make it work. I heated up the heat sets and shoved them to the side, trying to get it to work, and I just gave up, and Chris and I tag teamed remodeling the parts and printed it overnight. Well, that's something that I don't have printed. I did forget to print something. I'm remembering now. The longer one goes over there. So there's two different size screws here. Hey Guy the Jedi. Hi Rick. Why is this? Let's see. There we go. Just had to make sure I wasn't cross-threading it. More likes. Yes, we always need more likes. Cheer today and press the like button, waving his Union Jack coffee cup around. Yeah, in celebration of actually getting my ticket booked. Now I've been trying to book my tickets for Germany and for Formnext, and I don't know if I missed a window or something, but holy moly, those flights were a lot more expensive than I was expecting. Job for the big boy screwdriver. That's the wrong size. These are M4 screws that hold this together. So then the fan goes in here. That, oh yeah, that's so much better. All those holes line up this time. And then this is gonna go on here, and then all of this is gonna get mounted to the panel on the back of the printer. So let's do a couple of things here. Kind of skip around. Hey, Bob. Hey, Guy the Jedi. Looks like a job for, oh, pushing plastic today. I'm hoping. Oil prices cause plane prices. Hey, Luke. Okay, so I have these 3030 slot covers. These are from Misumi. OpenBuilds doesn't make 3030 series slot covers. I have these from Misumi for Phoenix is a reason and another project, but they do happen to squeeze in and work pretty well as this wire retainer in these. So for the end stop here, I am going to do that, but I just realized I can't do that yet on the end stop or this one. I need to wait. I need to be able to unplug these and run them through the deck panels before I put those on. So never mind on those. Let's shut the printer down. Let's shut the printer down and get this auxiliary fan mounted. Usually use the large opening on my face for holding biscuits. They look a little short for the Phoenix. Well, they come in, I bought them in 2-meter lengths. So. What retrofit? You have to work on that retrofit? Oh, is that the aux fan or? Hi, Helge. This thing, this way. Deck panels are sitting below it. Okay, so there is a panel. Where is it? Right here. So there's a panel on the back. So I have put the little panel clips on, and those are kind of a pain. I figured out that if I drop those clips into their little recess here first and then screw the panel on, it seems a little better. But that goes there, and then this gets clamped to on the inside. It screws through here, and then it can be positioned. So what we need to do is pull this off. So I'm looking at exactly, Blackbox CE is new to me. It looks like a tiny tool changer. It's a 5-tool changer with a 300 millimeter build volume. Have you ever used the input shaper plugin for rep firmware? I've ran it, Luke, but I haven't actually gone into detail on it. Okay, so this is gonna go somewhere around here, which means this wire is gonna come down through here, and we're gonna wanna leave this plug on it. It's basically going to stay down here. We're gonna run a connector through the wire channels. I'm gonna move this up slowly. Oops. There we go. Get that up out of the way. So we need to run a wire to the thing. So I need to find some, I need to get to my cabinet over here. So let's go with this view for now, because I have to move this camera to get to my wires. So what do I want to use for this? And find some wire. It's in here. I'd like to use some, I know I probably have some extra fan, black and red fan wires around here somewhere. I'm just gonna look through here and see. Not evident. Where in the world? Let me check a couple of places. Are you guys able to hear the next door dog through the microphone? Oh, not in there. I thought I had this handy. Where did I put it? I thought I had a length of wire for this. Are we able to hear it? No dog noise? It's pretty loud. I can hear them pretty clearly, but looks like the noise canceling is doing the job. Okay, let me just grab some fresh wire here. Let's see what we have here. Not that one. This one probably. Yeah, this will probably work. Let's see, we're gonna go from about here, through here, over to here. We need about this long. About this long. Do I have something more appropriate? What's that? What's that? What's that? There we are. That will work perfect right there. Black and red wire. Black and red wire, all ready to go. I think this is the last of the wiring we have to do on here. Is that right? Where do we have? This is, just finished my B-Core 4300. Nice. Do you like it? Do you have it set up as IDEX? Hey, Zarp. Okay. So I found a length, appropriate length of wire here. So we are going to crimp the end of this is a microfit, 2-pin microfit. So we're gonna grab a 2-pin microfit. I hope so. There. That, yep, okay, that. And the pins, which are those. And yeah, that will do for right this moment. That. Okay. Hey, Science Sniper. Wanted to run the input shaper plugin and use a duet accelerometer board. Okay. So 3.1 to 2. Okay. And this is going to go, we need to pay attention to the orientation, how we crimp these on. So this goes like this, and the tabs on these, you basically put, when you're crimping these, the tabs on the terminal go up as well. So we're gonna go exactly like this. PF Dennis, thanks for the gifted memberships. Squeeze. And where'd the other pin go? There it is. Couple of squeezes. And then this goes in right like that. And before I seat those, and just double check to make sure I got the polarity correct. And there we go. Twist back in here. What do we? Hey, Redacted. Here we are in the wire jungle where we can observe the elusive. Exactly. I'm not that elusive. Every Sunday, and for a little bit every Tuesday. We got several Tuesdays to go. Couldn't get the IDEX upgrade kit. Okay. We are, so the plan. So a couple of things. Let's make sure we I let you know that Polymaker filament giveaway. That is, link is in the pin post and the description. Okay, I'm just gonna run this full length. So, and they changed that up a little bit in terms of how the info goes out, but it's a little slightly easier, I think, at least for them to confirm. I send you a code and then a link to a form where you use that code. So that the latest ones from last week, that's under that system. And for this build series, the plan is to get this moving and pushing plastic today. Hopefully start a 2-color print. I say 2-color because right now I only have two 0.4 nozzles in it. The rest of them are 0.6. And that'll just kind of finish off the build. In 2 weeks, the plan is to come back and do a 5-color Hue Forge print on here. So we'll have a baker's dozen of streams on this in the end. So, and hopefully we'll have a guest on for that final stream. And then I need duet connectors. And in between, so next week we're gonna unbox the Magneto X. Actually, it'll probably be unboxed just because it's really heavy, but we'll do the final setup and stuff next week on stream. That one is empty. So there's no connectors in there. I think the 3HC one here has connectors in it. Yep. Baggie of connectors and terminals. Those going to 3D Printopia over Blackbox at the show, and KB3D should have his. Awesome. I will be there. Who else is going to go to 3D Printopia? Formerly known as EARF, East Coast Rep Rap Festival. Hey, Donica. Thanks for a lot for the help with the power supplies. Everything works. What do you think about the patents and the Stratasys lawsuit against Bamboo Labs? I'm not really up to speed on what's going on there. I don't want to dwell on that today. That could be a stream dominating conversation, and I'm not going to be able to give you a hot take on that you might be looking for. I am worried about it. I am, from what I've heard, or just what I'm seeing, it seems so broadly reaching that I don't think the chances of things actually impacting us are too high, but I hope I'm right. Let's go back to the electronics diagram and look at where this plugs in so I don't accidentally crimp the wrong connector on. So that's commissioning guide. Let me bring up the electronics diagram. Wiring guide. That's right here. All my plans are made. I'll be there. Awesome. Thinking about going. Can one print have multiple nozzle sizes? It needs slicer support, and I don't think it's 100% there yet right now. You can kind of trick it into some things, I believe, but for the most part, not yet. If you purchase a Bamboo Labs printer, you may be entitled to compensation. Okay, so this is we're just coming into the middle here on the wiring guide. This we'll be looking at a little bit. This particular page is covering the water cooling, the pump and the fan, and just making sure that the pinout is correct and you don't reverse the polarity on the pump because there's no protection there, and then where it plugs into the 6HC. But I think if we scroll down, we will run into the auxiliary fan wiring setup. Past the tools. It's being developed right now at Big Orange. Slicer support for multi. Yeah, I think that's been mentioned, Bob. I'm hoping. Okay, wire routing should have steppers. I think it's further. Yep. Nope. That's the part cooling fan. Oh, that's the other thing. I glued the little resin ducts to the part cooling fan after realizing that poor Chris, his last batch of part cooling ducts were mirrored. So I actually get to use the one that I printed because mine I thought were mirrored. Done multiple nozzle sizes on my Rep Pro tricolor back in the day with slicer. Prusa slicer should still support it, but I don't think it works with the purge tower. Ah. Sorry for all the scrolling. There it is. Here we go. So this is the aux fan. It is going to plug into, there we go. I grabbed a 2-pin connector, but we actually want a 4-pin connector here. So let me make sure I put this 2-pin back. On a 4-pin, we want to go to the outside pins. And it plugs in right there. 4-pin. 4-pin. There's a 4-pin. Got a lot of 5-pins in here. Need a 4-pin. Purge tower didn't exist back then anyway. All in the background. I think I may have found some motivation to finish my V0. Awesome. Awesome. Could you crimp a new pin? Yeah, we're about to. These are not JST though. And I just crimped a couple of microfits. We'll go here. Let's grab, these are the big pins. Those are not what we want. We want the guys out of here. I need to set up, I'm gonna set up a set of these bins here just for connectors. I just haven't organized and gotten around to labeling that. Okay, so there's 2 pins. Let's get these back in here. Oops, may have opened that not enough to efficiently get those back in. So we will just set those aside. Where did I put the duet box? Here it is. Go. This. And this goes back over here. See how much wire you expose for the crimp. Well, it kind of depends on the particular connection. So you basically want the conductor when you set the, maybe this will be a better view. If you have the pin here and you see there's the conductor crimp and then the insulation crimp, and you want this when you set the wire in there, you want the conductor crimp to basically be that full width and the insulation crimp all the way on the insulation. So here I've stripped about 2.5, maybe 3 millimeters. So I'm gonna go, oops. Now JSTs have a very short conductor crimp area, so you would strip less, but you should be able to. You don't need a guide or instructions per se to know how much to strip on these. You can look at it and see what length the crimp is going to be. Come on. Push those in a bit. There we go. Okay. Not how to make the chat window transparent for you in OBS without just using a style sheet. If you want to send me something on that on the Discord, Wolf Pup, that'd be nice. Okay, so this is going to go, let's see, this way, and then power on one end and ground on the other side. Like that. And I think I have, this is the duet documentation, so we can confirm we have out, and we're gonna go out 4 and ground is what how we're connecting. Out 4 and ground, which is interesting that we're switching the power instead of switching ground. That's interesting. And there is a voltage selection for the like out 4 through 6. You can choose 12 volts or fused, which is the source, which is 24 volts. And then for the others, you can choose the same thing. So this is set to 12 volts right now. Looking at the jumpers, this is a 24 volt fan, so I'm going to switch that jumper. There we go. So fused, yeah. Okay, so going by the instructions here, this all looks correct. Yeah. That look right for 4-pin? Interesting. Okay. Now I'm going to run this through the wire channels. Taking these off. Hey, GJ. This is going to go under here, up into here. Put this back on. This side, do the same thing. I don't lose any wires. Process. And it plugs into out 4 right there. What in the world? This is a 4-pin connector. And it says plug it in right there. Just not getting a good view on it. Yeah, I think it's just a matter of getting a view on it. There we go. That's on now. So this will go here and sneak under one of these. This can go back on. There. So then we'll pull this through a bit, get some slack, and then this is right here. So that will be able to plug in from the front when we set that on. And I just saw a cut zip tie down in here. Okay, High-Look Mole looks better, but there are large trade-offs. What are we talking about? Oh, Bill, you asked if I'd seen the James's Cloud42's latest video. I have not, but I saw it in my feed, and I was planning on watching it. What kind of bench is he replacing? What was that? I just saw the thumbnail. What is this? I didn't get that. The spec for it is on JST and Molex. Oh, sure. You can go look up a spec. I know it exists, but you don't really need it. I'm looking through the stupid umbilicals. Is this thing so tall? Woodworking bench? Oh, okay. Okay. That means this is quite an order of operations thing here. Let's put the deck panels on because I think we're okay with doing that now. This comes over here. This is, here, let me get a little zip tie for that. Just gonna make sure that these wires don't touch the Z rod here. I think I'm done. I'm done buying workbenches. I don't have room for any more. There, that'll keep that up out of the way. Now we have these, I think we can put these deck panels on and we can start wrapping up things. So this panel goes over here and we'll pull the stuff off of it, but it's gonna go in there, and then there's a screw that holds it in. There's two screws that hold it into this extrusion. So those are, looks like short M4s, short-ish M4s, right? Yeah. Hey Steve, I just went back and rewound the stream. I don't know how that's gonna work on the ground and out 4 on that fan or whatever you're wiring. There's no voltage. It is, so if we look here, if you look at out 4, yeah, it's just the coloring is a little weird. Let's see, come back here. This is the 6HC. So let's look at out 4. Physical connections, wiring notes, out 4 and 5. These medium current outputs are intended for PWM controlled fans. Connector fits a standard PC type 4-pin PWM fan. Alternatively, a 2-pin fan may be connected between Vout LC1 and out in. Maximum recommended current 2 amps each when supplied by VN. That is a good question. That is a good question. So out 4, a 2-pin fan may be connected between Vout LC1 pin and out in negative pin. Vout, oh. Yeah, you're right. That needs to be repinned, and that needs to be corrected, I think. I don't know if Chris is around, but thank you for catching that. I think it needs to be between pin 2 and 4, or however that's ordered. Yeah. Hey, Derek. Thanks for the gifted memberships. Let me fix that. What would have happened if I had left that? We would have been between 2 grounds. We would have been, right? We would have just been grounding the out 5. Would that have caused any actual problems? It wouldn't have worked, but. Reading chat through between the umbilicals is not the most fun thing in the world. I wonder if I should turn the printer around. I need to get in there and repin this thing. Let's see. Do this. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. Just fine tip tweezers. I'm just pushing on the. That first one wasn't too bad. The second one's being on. There we go. Let's see. Just pinged you in Discord with a screenshot and instructions. Cool. Here and gently bend these tabs back. And then we are going between V out, which is the second pin, red here. And I thought that was weird. I should have questioned it more when I was looking at it. There we go. I'm catching up. What's wrong with the wiring? There's just a, it looks like a documentation error on the way that this auxiliary fan is wired. Will slicers intelligently preheat tools so they come up to temp just before the tool change? Yes. You can set a idle temp so it'll lower them when they're docked. Okay. That should be correct now. And it is good we looked it up. It says it'll do up to 2 amps, and these are a 1/2 amp fan. This is a 1/2 amp fan. So now we can start looking at these. So I need a couple of, or a few M4 2020 T-nuts. Yeah, Apollo. But will they preheat so they're up to temp when needed? Yes. Yes, the slicer deals with all of that. 4 of these. Oh. Oh, come on. There you go. And then where do those actually go? Where did I put that? There, and right there. What's your policy on spam? I think it tastes terrible raw. What is those, the spam and rice things that's popular in Hawaii? Those are pretty good, but I don't generally seek out and eat spam. Okay, so that's gonna go through there. This, in order to put this deck panel on, I need to remove that wire comes off of there. Let's flip it around this way. Musabi, that's it. Okay, let's go from this angle. So I had put some of this extrusion, the slot cover stuff on this side, and that has to come out temporarily. So that's gonna come out and then unplug. We're powered off, yep. Unplug that, and unplug this stepper. Now we can put our deck panels, and we can peel our deck panels. Ooh, glossy. So for some reason, YouTube doesn't show me. It only shows the moderators, the filtered comments. This is nicely peeling though. Ooh, that will never be that shiny again from this day forward. Would you like the STLs for a dual color chest set once your printer is up and running? So that's a good question. As far as what are we going to print? We need a 2-color print because I am going to limit today's stream to 2 colors, but we will be coming back and doing 5 colors in a couple of weeks. If anybody wants to post a suggested quick and early color change, like within the first layer or two, suggestion for what we print, post it in my Discord in the stream chat and post a link to it. I do not want Maker World links. I do not have a Maker World account and they require an account to download. So because they require an account to download, I don't download from there. So just about any other free model from a site you don't need an account to download from, give me a suggestion. Hey Daniel, welcome. Yeah, you can post the STLs. Ballador, if you're going to post STLs, can you confirm that whatever it is was a free model, that it was not something that would need to be paid for, licensed, that is acceptable, could be cited, could be found on a site, or of your very own creation? I modified off GrabCAD in the board and box I made myself. So I am always leery of modified files just from a printability and stuff point of view. So feel free to post it. If I don't print it today, don't be offended. But if it's cool, I may not print it today, but I may print it later. Does that make sense? Not quick though, due to the many changes. Yeah, I suspect by the time we're going to print things, we're not necessarily, ooh, all the hairs on my arm are sticking straight up as I peel this. And I actually felt it as I came along, the hairs were sticking up as I progressed on the peel. Raw STLs would be better, Ballador. If they're okay to post, raw STLs would be better. Saves me a little bit of a couple of clicks. I'm testing PETG with PLA supports at the moment. Do you have any tip to get a PETG to stop stringing? Dry it. Dry it. 100%. That's not going to be your major fix, but it's probably the most common, I would say the most common reason for it to be stringy. The thing that a lot of people don't try. The question about the fan for the power supply, there is a solid 25 or 30 millimeters above that fan before it hits deck panel, because of the way this is all set up. So I can put them in printables. I'll upload that. Just the STLs to my Discord is fine. Okay, so this is gonna go in here. This guy has to go up through this hole. That's right there. And then this cover now can go on here. Telling you I was more than 2 colors, but not too hard to change to 2. my initial thought was just the 2-color Moai, because that's what I printed. I printed early on my Tridex, so that was my. But if someone has a better suggestion, that's what we're looking for. Okay, so these pop all the way in, and that actually still has some freedom of movement there. And it just sneaks into there, just like that. Think about trying it if you're getting crazy. And what do I use for these? This? Oh, that's way too long. So these seem too short. This thread in? Yeah, that'll work. It's not ideal. It could be a little longer, but one, two, three, four. There's one on that side. This side, we are probably like this. Go. This guy goes up through this hole. And then use one of these to hide this in here. So let's see. Let's put this on here. This up. Gonna go there to there, means here. There we go. That's all tucked out of the way. How much the printer currently weighs? A lot. A lot. It is a chunky boy. It is, I don't know how much it weighs. I would imagine it's probably not far off of Magneto X weight. Okay, so those are like that. And then we flip this thing around. All the kilograms, exactly. Yeah. This guy comes up through here. Why are you now suddenly? What are you catching on? Loosen this screw in the back. Yeah, it is loose. Why is that? Why is that tight right there when it wasn't before? Like that. Okay, I guess that's fine. Just like that. This is going to pull up. Right like that. This needs a little bit more here. There we go. There we go. Just trying to figure out how much length we need here to stick out of the deck. Oh, I think I accidentally used the wrong length one. I cut one longer and it's supposed to be for the end stop. That'll be okay. There we go. Hey Laura, in the market for a NAS, any brand recommendations? I have a custom Unraid server, so I haven't even looked at NAS products. Okay, where did that go? Shoot. I didn't align the, did not align this before. There we go. Oop. I've already got fingerprints all over this. Synology, okay. Okay. That is those two. And then I need to make sure that there's this guy right here. This guy is the connector for that. So I'm just gonna put that right there. And then the other thing there's an extra cutout right here. This I actually might sneak up right here, just like this, through this spot. But that cutout is so that the Z chain, we'll see how that lines up. Oh, well, it doesn't actually go low enough to where it matters. Okay, well, that cutout isn't really needed. I wonder if on an earlier version that was needed. There's nothing stopping it from going any. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I've still got the stops on the bottom of the rails. So let's take those off. The bottom of the Z rails still have on this side and this side. Still have the stops. Oh shoot. Well, I just broke the screen mount. Remember when I said those need more beef? Need to be embeefened? Yeah. It'll be okay, but okay. Now this goes all the way down. Is there, what else is stopping it from going any lower? What else is stopping it from? Oh. I have a different style of stopper here. There we go. Now we can go all the way down. That is as far as it'll go. Why? Oh, because okay. We've got lots of little things here. My counterweights, the position here seems to be a little off. So I may have to adjust where I have the counterweights. And that's a whole lot easier said than done. So I think that's going to be my max Z right there. For now. Something I would probably suggest, and it may be in the instructions and I missed it, but when we attach the cords for this, run the Z through the full range. I bet you it told me to, and I didn't. I bet you it told me to, because right now my limiting factor is the counterweight is bottoming out on the top, and I can adjust that, but I can't get to this side easily right now, so I'm not going to bother. Hey, 3D Experiments. So that track, shocker, the IT guy has a custom setup. Okay, so that is that. This is, I'm so annoyed that that cracked. I'm gonna make that bigger. Make that bigger. Yeah. What is next? What is next? Okay. Right now, we're going to shift gears back to commissioning the tool heads. Because once I put this panel on, it's gonna be a little more difficult for me to move things around. So let's do this first, just for the sake of testing this setup. Let's get everything powered on and stuff. Let's turn that and turn it on. Where are we at? 11. Is it on? So we go over here, go to the here. Oh, there the lights turned on. Load. And Pi is taking a little longer than the front screen to load up, it looks like. Oh, there we are. Okay. So I did set up a couple of macros to control the LEDs. So I'm going to turn the LEDs off because I'm looking straight at them right now. Here, we go here. We can go 25%, which is what it turns on at, or 100%, or off. So it defaults to 25% when the printer powers up. And then we should be able to hold this up, turn this thing on. So this will be fan 2, and there it is. Here. Oop. There we are. With the beard, get the beard meter for the fan. Try out. Oh yeah, I can just wear one of these. Just keep the underbeard cool. Yeah, I got about 1.5 inches cut off, Bob, just to make it a little more full, less stragglers. I mean, it's air loud, but it's not really that bad. Here, I don't know how well this is going to work. There, noise suppression should be off right now. So I don't know what that, and noise suppression is off right now. That's at 100% on the fan. And if we turn it down to, that's 50%. Beard Cooler 9000, exactly. That's 50%. That's 25%. It's still. A little bit. And then off. So that's off. And that's 100%. It does feel good. Make sure I don't get my fingers in there. So the direction of air seems to be straight out from it. I can feel it all the way back here. That's how far, and it's still that far away, and it's still shaking my beard. But the direction seems pretty good, because this is basically going to mount at a level where it's pointing straight out where the part is printing. Yeah, cool. So that's that, and I am going to unplug it for now, because we're gonna put that back on here when we're done. setting up the tools. So water cooling the print head still seems odd to me, but having all-in-one on my CPU works, so I guess why not. Okay, let's go to the commissioning guide. And so this is the commissioning guide. Early things that we need to do. So we start off here in the guide with filling the water system. Well, I'm going to fill the water system after we get all of our tools in the right spots. And that's one of the last things we'll do before we go into PID tuning and then a print. Is we'll do the water system. We'll let it run for a little bit, cycling water, and I have some towels that I'm going to lay down, and some blue paper towels that I think should show. They get pretty dark when they're wet, so I think we should be able to see. So, hey, Lee Marie, welcome. So we are going to skip this part right here. If your machine is fully wired, powering on the machine will result in water pump activation, and that's true, but we haven't plugged in the water pump yet. This is set up right now to constantly, as long as the machine is on, it will be running the water pump. I'm going to add a MOSFET in there so we can control the water pump and just turn it on when when any hot end is active, we'll have it turn on. Okay, so mechanical checks, we have basically done all of that. We've moved that's one reason why I have these little ramps for the cable chain. Everything, it homes, it does all that stuff. So the already configured in the files provided and have instructions to solve them. If you fail a test point along the way and steps marked in red indicate the universal approach is not possible and you have to set something. So we're going to keep going. So adjusting the end stops. Now something I want to check, because I did loosen the Y end stop, is I want to just make sure that this triggers at the appropriate spot, and I think it needs to come down a little bit. Go down a little bit more, because my previous commissioning steps, yep, there we go. That is where it was before. My previous commissioning steps for the other tool heads will be off if that's not the same. Is there a manual power switch for the pump? Moving parts and water lines plus electricity makes me nervous. I will be electronically controlling it. Don't knock it. Okay, so XY, we've had this homing in previous streams, so we're going to skip this stuff. We've kind of covered some of this, these steps. So let's figure out, we did the A, this is the A axis, and we found out in the last stream, and it appears to be that I just had a bad, or a Hall effect end stop that was too sensitive. Maybe one of the filtering caps or something on there isn't in the same range as others, but I swapped it with the Y end stop and it's been working fine ever since through everything I've done. So, and I have an extra if I need to, but it seems like I just had an odd end stop. Hey, AP Design. So, and we did the setup and alignment for the A drive in the last stream. So we're going to keep going. All these, and then the Z probe, we swapped out to some smaller screws so that would clear. And all this stuff is, so figuring out if it's moving in the correct directions. And tool lock rotation distance is done. That has all been set per tool. We did that last stream. And now we got on to finding and teaching the tool dock positions. So this will be new for this stream, is finding and teaching the tool dock positions. And I'm gonna have to move this printer around quite a bit to get an angle on what I need to be able to see. And just to start right off, I really need this to be 180 degrees from where it is. Maybe I can get away with right here. So we're gonna manually mount a tool to the head, and we're gonna use the lock macro, and then we're gonna use the controls to move the tool right in front of these mounting dowels. So let's do that. So I am going to, yeah, this will work. We're gonna do tool 0. Hey, Art Chapman. And we're just going to set this on the tool, and we are going to not do that. Let me start over. We need to home the whole thing first. So let's home the printer. So it is going to home, and this will be, make sure, yep, everything's good there. Okay, and Z. Oh no, you can't see. I was gonna say you might be able to see the little part cooling ducts there. Okay, so that is homed all axes, including the tool lock. So now I can pull tool A off and put this here. And then in here, we can run our tool lock 0 macro. Now that's on and no wiggle, and it didn't skip steps when it was locking it in place. So the next thing we're going to do is move it until it is right in front of and then centered on these two rods here, locating rods. So I'm gonna leave the view here, but I'm gonna jog the printer over in the X plus direction, and then the Y plus direction. And then we're gonna get to smaller movements. I think I can go, yep. And now we're gonna go by 1. And I am too far. Now there's no way that I'm gonna be getting great camera angles to actually see how this lines up. We'll have to refer back to the images in the commissioning guide for some of this. But Mad Cat and Isaac and Mr. Tiberium and Ella, welcome back. And Steven, thank you 3D Musketeers folks for raiding in. Howdy. Hi Monkey Butler Labs, hey Steven. Okay, so I am, so now X minus 1. Oh, I got something, sounds like something being delivered. Maybe one more. And then Y plus 1. And really, right there is right on. So, I've been on the phone for a while. So now we go. So continue until the tool is at the closest Y plus position it can be before beginning to contact the tool posts. And you have the tool position similar to the image below. So this is making sure that side to side, these are going to line right into the holes in the tool head. And then vertically, you should be able to see as well. If we needed to adjust vertically, which we did on a previous stream, we would be moving the docks themselves around. Ella, thanks for the gifted memberships. I want my own designs and enjoy you guys in the background. Perfect. So right now, this looks like this diagram. And then note to display the absolute X position of the gantry. This value will represent the X location of the tool dock in space. And that is up here, it's 246 even. 246.0 seems to be the spot. Now the rest of these, now I've done this on tool heads 2, 3, and 4. They're in some fractional millimeter on X, but this one just happens to line up to 246.0. Stuttering? I hope not. I was having internet problems on this connection yesterday. So I hope we're not having problems today. Let me see. Our excellent condition is what it's saying from YouTube, so. Okay, so back here. So now the Y value, we are going to move Y in until it's about 1.5 millimeters from the back of the dock. And then we're going to disengage the tool lock so we can wiggle the tool head, and then very slowly move the tool in the plus Y direction until it doesn't wiggle anymore. So let's do that. So I'm going to go back here. We're going to look at this, and we are going to move it a bit at first here. And it's on, so I'm going to go there. Let's see. There we go. You can kind of see in between the things there. So now we're close. Pinged you on Discord with the printables link. Awesome. Thank you. Okay. So right there is when I'm going to now hit my tool unlock macro. And you should see things wiggle. Well, you might have saw the motor move, but see, now this is quite a bit of, you see, that much movement. So now I'm going to move in the plus Y, and it looks like I can go at least 1 millimeter. And see that? We can still move this back and forth. So we're going to go in plus 0.1 millimeter increments now. Oh. Can still move it. And I'm going to end up, I should end up somewhere around 333 point something if it's even with the rest of them. 333.4 has been what I've set for the others. So we are at 333 now. And I know I can get another 0.4 out of that. See that? Still a little bit of wiggle. A little bit of wiggle is okay. I'm going to leave this at 333.3 because that little bit, it's going to suck in with the magnets. So so now if we look here, our tool position for tool 0 is 246, 333.3. Monkey Butler Labs, thanks for the gifted memberships. So now we're going to go in, and this is going to tell us here that slowly drag the tool in 0.1 increments using the controls. The tool position is lightly constrained by contact from both the X plate at the front of the tool holder and the idle cooling bar at the back. So we want to make sure that we didn't skip steps when we were in that process, and we didn't. If you did skip steps, then you have to rehome everything and start over. And then we note that, and do not leave this position. We'll take this opportunity to perform some final checks. But right now we're going to go through and modify these 3 files. And there are some updated configs that are coming where you modify these in one location and it uses variables in the others, but I don't have that config right now. So we'll get there, the GPs. We will get there. There's a macro to determine the Z offsets for each tool. So T-free, T-post, and T-pre. And there are instructions in here for which values to change. So here in the first file, which is T-free, and these names for this are all kind of in the from rep firmware and general tool changing, like from the E3D and stuff like that. How powerful is the magnet? It pulls in pretty good. There are actually 3 magnets that are holding the tool onto the dock. There's 2 at the end of these posts, and there's 1 in the heater block. So we are going to edit T-free. So we're going to go over here to System and go down to T-free 0 because we're working on tool head 0. So this is 0, 1, 2, and 3. So T-free 0. I set the Z offset on my printer with a 3mm gauge block. There is a tool, there's a end stop switch on this for that. So this will be, and it's opposite of here. It looks like T-free. What is going on here? T-free, we are at, oops, I need to, I could look at the display, but it's on the opposite side from me. So I have to go back in here and double check. 246 and 333.3. If I forget that, remind me. So I'm at exactly the same X coordinates as Chris, because this is based on Chris's printer, and then 333.3 for Y. And we're going to save that. And then we go to the next one, it's T-post, and we're going to edit. This is a, what is this? Is there an explanation here? Location shown should be around 3mm less than the entry made to the Y value locations. So this is the rapid to the approach position without any current tool and move to the pickup position and then lock the tool. This is to grab the, actually grab the tool. So we're gonna change the, here to T-post. We're gonna go T-post 0 and we're 246 is correct, but this is 333.3 and we're gonna keep this 3mm below that. So we're gonna change that to 0.3 and then save that. And then the last one is T-pre and rapid to the approach position without any current tool. So this is to move it in front of the tool head. And this will be the 246 is all we change here. So T-pre, and this will just stay here because the value was already there. So we can save that. So now those are all saved. Now we can fine tune the cold block. Now we did this before. We on a previous stream made sure that each of these were contacting the cold block parallel and everything should be good. See you, Kobe. What's the size and price comparison between the Blackbox and Prusa XL? This is a 300 squared build area and the XL is a 360 square. Price is close. I don't know exact numbers though. Hey Garrett. I set my Z offset with my printer. Oh yeah, we'll go through setting Z offsets. So this is all correct on my printer. So now all commission tools have followed the steps outlined in the above sections. Each tool has gone through a mount and dismount. So at this point we can go on this tool. Oops, wrong camera. And I can go back to here and I can run, I can lock 0 back into place. So now it's grabbed 0 and I can move Y out of the way and it should pull the tool head back. And we could hit tool 0 on the interface up here to put it back into place. And let's see how that works. Oops, I keep hitting the wrong button. So if I hit tool 0, it should put it back in. There it goes. And then let's go. Oh, well, that was weird. It actually grabbed it. Why did it do that? Let's hit tool 0 again. I think I had it out of sequence. There we go. That's correct. I had, yeah, if I would have homed in between here, then it would have been okay. But now we can grab tool 0 And here's our first on-camera tool and dock and undock. Hit it again. Awesome. So now it can grab tool 0. So the last one that we need to do on camera is tool 1, because remember 3, 4, and 5 are 2, 3, and 4 are already done. So well, let's home all. Yeah, we're getting there. We are. Oh, you can see from this angle, you can see the cooling ducts there that we resin printed on the member stream last month. Liz, welcome. You changed your YouTube name. Okay, so we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna go through the steps. We're gonna move X to where we are close to lined up, and Y, we're gonna move it towards the, oh, we're gonna take the tool off. There's lots of steps. Follow the guide. Take the tool off and put it on, and we're going to hit the tool lock 1. Now it's on there. Now we're going to move it. Now we're going to move it towards there. And X is going to have to go like that. Like that. And make sure I'm not going to collide with any of the tools to either side. Did you get your gripping problem sorted from last week? I did. Yep. Okay, getting closer. Glasses on so I can really see. X is off a little bit, so let's go -1, 2, and then Y. Okay, so right there. We still need X to go up in a fractional amount, so I think it's right there. So X is going to be 185.3 on this one. Hey, Ben. Okay, so X is 185.3, and now we can increment Y to make sure it's, yep, that's good. We're going to get this close within that 1.5 to 2 millimeters. Nope. Yep, that's okay. Now we're going to unlock the tool. Now we can see if we have any. We have a tiny bit of wiggle, so it looks like we can go probably Y.1 or so. I'm gonna leave it right there, and that's 333.1. So we're gonna go 333.1 and 185.3. 333.1 and 185.3. I'm not going to remember that. So we are going to write it down. 185.3 and 333.1. Now we can go through and edit all of those values in the system. So T-free 1 this time, which is 185.3. And 333.1. Would you mind doing me a favor, Steve? Can you measure the height of one of those tool head cables? I want to get an idea how much room it needs for an enclosure. I can, give me a bit. So we're going to save this, and then we do T-post. And this is 85.3. And this is the 333.1 and 0.1. And save. And then T pre is 185.3. And save. So now we can lock tool 1 and move away. Let's go 4. And we should be able to move back on. Yep, right there. And tool unlock and move away. So now if I home all, when these are at their tallest point, we are looking at about, right to the top of them is just under 620 millimeters. No, I have my ruler upside down. Right to the top of them is just under 290 millimeters. About 11.5 inches. Do you back up your printer configurations once they are functioning? I mostly save a local copy to my NAS. But I don't automatically back them up to GitHub, and I probably should. I need to get to setting that up. Okay, so everything's homed. We should be able to grab tool 1 or tool 0. So let's grab tool 0. And let's say we don't want tool 0, we want tool 1 instead. Hey, Andres. Don't want tool 1, let's go tool 2. Okay, don't want tool 2, let's go grab tool 3. Oh, let's grab tool 4 instead. Look at that. And let's go all the way back around and grab tool 0. Nice. That is awesome. So let's put tool 0 back. Look at that. Isn't that cool? Isn't that so cool? We are all set. Woohoo. Okay. So we have made sure that all of these change around. Everything works. So setting the Z offset switch location. So the Z offset switch is that it's the Sex bolt, Chicago bolt style over here, but it doesn't actually use that. It just uses a 5mm rod, but it does look to be machined, precision machined on each side. So it's hidden, it's over here in the corner. We wired this up before. So we need to find the location of that. And by default, the downloaded base firmware has an X and Y value for the expected position of the Z offset probe pin. The default values are these. Jog the machine manually to place a Z probe centered over the Z offset switch pin. So this is actually the pin itself on the carriage switch should be centered on this 5mm dowel. I can eliminate clutter by locking the garage door so you can't go in. So true. Okay, so we're going to jog this over. Once the correct position is reached, record the absolute X and Y values from Duet Web Control, and then save this in the probe tools. So if we go over here, and full disclosure, I did this. So if we go over to macros and probe tools, and we don't want to run that. We want to edit that. These are the values, X and Y values for that. Okay, and it's going to go through, and it's going. This is where I have the question earlier about how it sets Z offset between the tools. Is it uses the carriage switch and this switch, and then probes each tool to get a offset for the for each one, the difference in offset between each one. There goes YouTube again. What does it do if it's shut down with a tool loaded? How does it figure out which tool is loaded and recover? You have to do that manually. There are not extra switches. There is, without adding a bunch of wiring and switches, there's no way to capture every scenario where it could have a tool on it. So you do have to make sure that it is, there is no tool on it when it is docked, or when it goes to home. So now there was some discussion about adding at least some checks to see the status of the A axis, to give some error if it knows that this is in a certain position, to if it knows that it's in a certain position, to give an error to not home. But you would have to add some status sensors of some sort, little switches or something. With a lot of 3D printing stuff, it's a dumb machine, right? You can only have checks like that when you add sensors and add logic. So, see you, John. So it does exactly what you tell it to do. And it does not have a sensor or logic currently for tool head status. But it is being talked about. But okay, so we have this thing. If we go in, so I've already jogged it over. This will save us a little bit of time, me sitting here staring at it, sighting it down. I jogged it over and recorded that value, right? So edit the corresponding values of the plate X and plate Y variables here, and then save it. So now we can then get into heater tuning and that. So I think this is the point where we want to fill the water system. Heat the dead. Heat the dead, one iffy. Not sure what the rest of that is. So this is a good spot. We've got the printer in a good spot. We need to fill this thing. So let me go get my tap water, and no, I'm just kidding. I do have some distilled water, and we are just going to use plain distilled water. And we're going to go back to the beginning of this sourcing guide, or this commissioning guide. I don't know why I said sourcing. And we're going to get going with this. I did not buy the little pressure tester. I just didn't get to it, and we're gonna go through and just kind of watch for seeping or whatever. I could just take a drink of this, swish it around, and put it back and use that. Okay, so leave the plug out. We're gonna take the plug out, and then before applying power to the water pump, be sure the gray wire is being fed by 12-volt power, and I checked that. Gray wire is being read by 12 volts, and it is. For first stops, place some towels into the machine underneath. So we are going to, I've got a couple of towels, and then we're gonna use, I've just got a couple of dish towels here. And it's just really kind of putting it back around here. There isn't too many, and the tool head is, I'm gonna turn off the motors. Let's close this. We're gonna send an M84 and move the tool head to the middle of the bed here. So if it leaks, it's gonna leak onto the middle of the bed. thin some Bex pepper sauce with vinegar and use that. Pogo pins and a unique value resistor or something on each tool, and then it could check. Yeah, but we can do all kinds of things. It's what level of complication and whatever to get there. So I missed this entire build. Why are we putting water into a printer? Because this uses a water-cooled tool head and dock bar. Okay, freshly opened water, a cleaned funnel, which that is barely of the right size to go in there. Here, maybe I can help that. It's got some features on it here. Maybe I can trim some of those and make it fit a little better. This is just what I had. So I did clean it. No dust from sitting on the shelf. I'm just kind of, there are some ridges, some little molded in features on here towards the end that I think will help us get it sorted if I trim them off. Do you use Prusa Slicer? I do, and we will be using Prusa Slicer for this build. And I think what I'm going to do is take a paper towel here and hold it and just make sure. I'm going to take some IPA, 99% IPA, and just kind of swish that down just to get any little bits that I introduced there. And that will evaporate off by the time we use it. If you manage to get that measurement, can someone write it in chat? I'm making food. Oh, the tools, there was 290 millimeters is what I said? I measured it. It's 290 millimeters, about 11.5 inches. 290-ish. Oh. Just make sure it's dry. How does the cost of putting one of these together compared with the Prusa XL5 tool? I don't. It's going to be close, George. It's going to be close. They're going to be fairly comparable in price, but I don't know the exact price of a fully decked out Prusa right now, and I don't know what this costs either. Yeah, that'll work a lot better. Okay, so if we go back to, so I turn those off. For first starts, place some towels in the machine and underneath the tool head for good measure. The only high concern leak points are the tool head, hose fittings, and inside the 4 coupler joints. Otherwise, the fittings are external to the machine and electronics. If your machine is fully wired, powering on the machine will result in the water pump activation. And continue to top up the water level as the cooling system. Okay, so we're going to put some water in here first. And okay. My CDO thinks the bed should be on top of the middle pane. Bed should be on top of the middle pane. Okay. Using distilled water, yep. And now I've got to figure out, this is a pretty big, this is a gallon thing. I need to go here. Oh, and I am going, how am I going to do this? How in the world am I going to do this? I'm going to have to wedge this between here. There we go. That'll work. I don't know how much this is going to use, so maybe I'm going to grab this and there we go. Let's go here. I got that wedged in there. And the web interface. I think the bed should be on top of the middle pane. Oh, well, I mean, the web interface can be, I think, tweaked to some degree. Let me clean up any bit of water I have here on the, that I spilled on here. It does look like a disaster waiting to happen. I've never done a custom water cooling loop on a computer. I've always used all-in-ones. So this is a first time for me. Yeah, and it's probably Guy the Jedi. It's very similar to this then. Okay, distilled water, all of that. If I plug this in, that should start cycling it. So let's plug it in. There it goes. There's some water going through the tubes. And we're gonna want to put some more in here. Yep, it's running through. We're gonna use 3D printed cap with a hose connected to fill mine, a lot less spillage. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, air bubbles are moving through the system. The water level is right here right now, so. And our freezer stuff they use for PC cooling and that. I don't know what the proper, I've brought up water cooling stuff on this build series before, and that did not go well. So do what you're comfortable with. I'm going basic distilled water here. Hey, Jared. We are hearing gurgling from the air working its way through the system. We're still, water level is right here. You can see it. Yeah, as the air bubbles are working their way through, I'm hearing less and less gurgling noises. And I can occasionally hear one go where it's worked its way through. Oh yeah, and wiggling that, there's a whole, I don't know if you could see that, but a whole bunch of, look at that, all those bubbles working their way through. Oh, there's a whole big bubble right there. How do I get that out? Oh, work that out. There we go. Can't really tell if water's going through places. Today we watched Fondle's, yes. New channel for water cooling, Steve leaks. No leaks. There's a big water. Big air bubble right there. I don't know what the best way to, oh, I squeezed it. There we go. And now they work their way through here. Yeah, I just squeezed it. That's gone. Let's grab one of these little, these blue towels. Tends to, let's take a tip of it around areas. Nothing so far. Can't really reach over there. Yeah, nothing. Where are we at on that? Let's put just a little bit more water in here. No vacuum bleeder. Use moonshine. Oh, I got things moving a little bit. Oh yeah, lots more bubbles working their way through. Oh, 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 oh. I overfilled it. A one-way valve like a boat might be of use. Do you need to add an algicide to the water? I don't know. I don't know. The water's all the way to the top right now. Sure, it's just me. What's a water cooler? What a water cooler seems a bit scary. Maybe. It's different though. I don't have any water-cooled printers, so this is a good thing. And just as a test here, if I get any water, yeah, you can, I don't know if you can see as well, but you can see it on here. Remember, ain't no kill like overkill. Exactly. I don't know how long we should let it run or how we can tell if it's fully bled. I don't have any more bubble here that I had before. Seems like things are moving. I'm not feeling any. Yeah, everything going into everything is feeling okay. What water cooler? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm not feeling anything. I guess I'm gonna pull this out. And I suppose I should just watch the water level in here. If it goes down at all, just add. It's all the way to the top right now. So that's closed. Make sure any. Now that fan is not on. We should be able to turn that fan on. Let's go here. And this should be fan 2. It is not. Okay, why is that not coming on? Okay, so that fan is not coming on. Why? So if we go to the system in config.g, here, fan 2 is out. Oh, yeah. No, that's the wrong, that's the wrong fan. Do we have a setup for this fan? This fan is connected to, this fan isn't set up. This fan isn't set up. When we hooked up the water cooling system, hey Anton, are you expecting a trial print today? I'm sure hoping so. I'm sure hoping so. I'm not hearing any more gurgling in this system though, as far as the water cooling is concerned. if we go to the wiring guide here, there was the water cooling stuff was up here. Is there a temp sensor feeding that pump fan? Well, I don't think it's hooked up in the config, so we need to figure out where it was supposed to be hooked up. So, and it was up here a bit. Where was the water cooling? Did I scroll past it? I feel like I scrolled past it. Yeah. I was probably glancing at chat. My guess is this is the reason it is step 1, so it's going the whole time you are messing around with the tools and moving things around. True. Okay, let me actually pay attention to what I'm scrolling on. That's pi. So it's the next one, right here. So that connects to the output closest to the SD card, which is out 9. It's out 9. Why is out 9 not hooked up in the config? Out 9 is not in the config. Out 9 should be one of the fans. Now I moved the LED out of here and put it as a more of a general purpose output. This was listed up in here as F1. I changed it to P1. Let's go to, is this it? Yeah, this is this black box here. And let's go to 5FDM tools config. So let's open that from the config, and let's go in here and config.g. Let's open this. Make sure I wasn't missing something. So this is the downloaded config, and make sure I didn't, never update. The stupid dialog box was keeping me from moving. So if we go down to the fan section, there is no out 9. So I don't know how this is supposed to be hooked up. I don't know how this is supposed to be hooked up. But in the interim, we should be able to take, here, let's change this, let's copy this here. And create, let's create a new, let's just go right. I missed that. Home M950. We're gonna call this F1, and we're gonna go out 9, and M106 is going to turn it on, and I think we're gonna turn it on at 50% right here. And I think that will work. What is this P2? Should this be M106 P2? What does P2 mean in duet land? M106, let's search for that. M106 is fan on, and what does the P value mean? Hey Luke, P, fan number, optional defaults to 0, relates to the fan number created by M950. So that would be P1. And I think that will work. I think that'll work right there. Out 9, yep. So if I save this and restart the main board, we should see this fan come on when it initializes, because it should come on at 50%, right? Yep, there it goes. There it goes. So this is on at 50% now. There's a little bit of a whine to that. So Let me see if I can change, go to the dashboard, and this is fan 2, right? Or did I set that up as fan 1? Yeah, fan 1. It's got a little bit of a whine. I go back here, the Q value, what was that? Or was that in the 950? The 950, M950 is the PWM frequency. We might be able to change that. Q, PWM frequency, valid range is this. 250 for fans and heaters. So let's try changing that to 250. So let's go to our system, because there's an odd whine to it, and I'm hoping to be able to get rid of that. So if we come down here and change this to 250. And we should be able to just, instead of rebooting the main board, just run that config file. Oh yeah, that changed it. That got rid of the whine. So. You should listen for that whine there, Luke. I just changed that Q to 250 and it got rid of the little high-pitched whine that fan was making at Q500. So anyway, that is working. That is good. Water cooling is on and working. The thing I want to change is control the water pump with a MOSFET, have it turn on whenever any heater is powered, and then I will adjust the fan to turn on at the same time. Yeah, the comments would be a good thing. So that is a good idea. Out 9, create fan 1, on out 9, and this is water or radiator fan. Radiator fan. So fan 1. Yeah, it's not thermostatically controlled. And then out 8, we are creating, this is LED 1 on pin out 8. And thermostatically controlled does not apply. Oops, there we go. Save, and then we can run the config. There's now actually a default on the Q value of M950, so you don't have to Q it at all. It will go to 250. Oh, okay, that's good to know. Okay, so that's all up to date. This is all running. Let's see if I can feel, I don't feel any moisture. I think it's just a matter of running it and monitoring it. Back to the commissioning guide. We need to do PID tuning. So let's get that going. PID tuning, and let me turn off these LEDs. LED off. Okay, Blackbox commissioning. What do we got? 44 minutes until Polymaker filament giveaway time. How are we doing on likes? We're doing decent. We got about half. We have almost exactly half the likes of people watching. Okay, so the whole bleed process happens automatically. It can take a few minutes for the pump to quiet and all air to be purged. Do not run the pump dry. So that's all done. So now let's get back down here to where we left off on PID tuning. this is done. We set the Z offset switch location. Let's open the probe tools macro into the macros menu. Okay, this is, yeah, that's that. Oh, this is all still doing this stuff. PID tuning, the FDM tool. So each FDM tool requires its own PID profile, especially for those using different types of hot ends. FDM tools should be PID tuned while active, aka mounted to the X carriage, not while interfaced with the idle cooling dock. So pick up tool 0 and enter the following command into the console, where H is the heater number you wish to tune. Upon execution, the firmware will cycle to tool 0 heater. Paste the new M307 command in the config.g system file at line 52. Repeat these steps for each equipped FDM tool. So H1 is T0. H0 is the bed. So this is one area where I can't tweak this to match. At least I don't think so. But that's okay. I did tweak the tool names because the default config has this as tool 1, tool 2, tool 3, tool 4, tool 5. And I wanted it to index to 0 because the T value does. So this used to say T0 and then tool 1 and T1 and then tool 2. So I just made those match. And I did that by editing the config G down in here at the tool definitions. So this used to say tool 1, tool 2, tool 3, 4, 5, so on. Let's grab, so if we go to the dashboard and grab tool 0, and this is good. It is not homed. So we're gonna home all first. Make sure we don't have a tool on there. I'm gonna home all. Oh, I never turned sound deadening back on. Has that been annoying? I never turned noise suppression back on. Now it's back on. Okay, so now we're gonna grab tool 0. Well, that's a problem. What happened? That's a problem. Okay, let's home all and see if something's quirky with homing. That was weird. What is going on? If we try to grab tool 0, I'm going to be ready on emergency stop. Oh, there it goes. I don't know what happened. We will keep a closer eye on homing, just in case something needs to be tweaked. But it had to have been a homing issue to cause that. But we got it now. So we're just going to keep an eye on that for right now. Did everybody see that? Must be the day for angry machine spirits. I put a 0.6 nozzle on my bamboo and now in proper engineering parlance, it's all. Okay, so we are going to run this M303 on heater 1 at 220 degrees. That seems reasonable. So we're just gonna go, we can enter this up here, we can go to the console, we can run this. So we're going to send that. And we are going to see heater 1 is in tuning mode now. And it is doing its phase. So we should see, and we see in the graph there, the hot end heating up. So we'll let this do this. We're only going to tune tool 0 and 1. I'll do the other 4 or the other 3 off camera in prep for the stream later in 2 weeks. So it's doing phase 2. I can smell it. Oh, you know what? I didn't really check. I got first time heating, a little bit of wisp of smoke there. Very faint. That seems to have stopped. But we didn't really double check to make sure that the thermistor values were correct for Revo also. So I'm gonna let this go and then we're gonna check that just to make sure. I also heard something outside. Let me check something. Huh, no idea. Okay. The printables link is now ready to print. Just 3 of my files are reworked them. I wanted hot chocolate back now. Is this rep firmware? It is rep firmware. And thanks, Ballador. I will definitely look at that. Okay, it's on phase 3. Just kind of feeling to see if the heater block, not the heater block, but the cold side gets warm. Doesn't seem to be. Okay, so this is Auto Tune Heater 1 completed after 3 idle and 5 tuning cycles in 206 seconds. This heater needs this following command. So I did put an M50 or 501 at the end of my config, so I should be able to run M500 here to save that. So, and we should be able to now, if we see this, these parameters should be in config override. So H1 is 53590407. 53590407. Yep. So that saved it for H1. So then we can put tool 0 away. And watching this closely. Yep. And grab tool 1. Okay. And then, but before we do that, I want to go to system. Does anybody, Nurglerod or someone, have the config for a Revo thermistor? I just want to double check that it's correct. If we go to temp 0 thermistors here, these are our, so, oh, this is temp 3. Why is this out of order? This needs to be Tweet. Oh, sorry. This is the config.g. .3D experiments, no, it doesn't. They have their own scanning Z probe. Heaters. Okay, so this is, doesn't the configurator have the configs for different heaters? Well, I don't know, but here, let's go here, and what is that command? Let's see. We are defining it here at an M308. So let's look up an M308 and see if there's any set or sensor parameters. I'm mobile right now, so I have to look it up. Okay, that's fine. No problem, Nogorot. Thank you. So sensor type, the sensor and interface type, one of thermistor, and then temperature reading and offset, additional parameters. Is there any examples for a 104 NT or whatever these are? This is one thing I'm not super thrilled with RepRap firmware on, is thermistor definitions. It's probably really flexible and really configurable, but figuring out what to put for specific for what specific thing, I don't quite understand. 305. This says E3D thermistor. Ping you on Discord. Okay. So if this was define E0 temperature and sensor define, but there's no like, how do I know which one I'm using? What is this? Connecting thermistors on PT100s. When to calibrate, the analog to thermistors with very high resistance when cold. Semi-automatic calibration, manual calibration. Yeah, nothing is here for like default. And that's for a Revo, Bellador? That's for a Revo? I'm getting, the frustrating thing here is for something like that, when I get different answers from different folks. Oh, there we are. Is that Bearded Bucket? That's where I should have gone. That's where I should have gone. Revo 6 RepRap firmware guide. Heater and thermistor values. And Ballamore wins it. Ballador wins it with the suggestion. So firmware 3, oh no, you don't. For firmware versions 3 and later, it's slightly more complex. Update the existing values and add on any missing parameters. If you started with M308, you should alter it to, oh Jesus. M308 should add the following to the M308 command. Let's go here and temp. Wow. This is so confusing. Which is... Oh, thermistor out 2. Which one is which? We've got temp 3, temp 0, temp 1, and then 1.temp. How are they labeled? I don't know which is, oh, there they are. T0, okay, here we go. T0 is the bed. So that's the T0. T1 is what we want right now. We want to change that and we want to add P temp A, what is A nozzle? We can paste that, which is the H0 is the bed. Yeah, T0. T0 is the bed. This right here is what I need, although it's slightly different from what you have. The beta value is different. For firmware versions 1.616 and earlier, 4388 is correct, but it looks like for newer, 4725. And the other thing is A. What was the A value on M308? M308. M308 is A. Name, sensor name, optional displayed in the web interface. So let's do this. I like that. Let's go here and we're gonna put an A. Tool 0, or let's go temp tool 0. Let's do that. And now we're gonna go T1. So T2 is the same thing. So we're gonna copy this and paste that in place here. But we're gonna call this tool 1. Let me give you the configurator site. You have to name every sensor. Yeah. And since we're here, we'll go ahead and do this because this is now gonna be tool 2. And then 3 and tool 4. There we go. Okay. So now we're gonna save and run that config. And we're gonna have to redo tool 0 PID tuning, but we will perform the tune for heater 2 now. And if we go to there we go. Now we have our temperature. These are the names that we gave them. Now if we go in here and paste this for H2, heater 2, it should run a PID tune on this with those new values. Okay. Got around that. So we're PID tuning tool 1, which is heater 2. This is the kind of frustrating thing about rep firmware, is the one flip side of it being so flexible and configurable is things like this. And that just must be new hot ends burning off, because there's a little bit of smoke on this one too. Yeah, I'll rename the bed when we get there. "23 minutes till Polymaker giveaway time." We're approaching 300 people here. 155 likes. Phase 2. You can see the little graph. So do you think this would be better than the Prusa? I don't have a comment on that. I haven't used the Prusa. And in general, I try to avoid direct comparisons of stuff, because really the point of this channel is to go through the builds. Enjoy the builds, go through the process of configuring, setting things up, modifying things. It's not a review. Although you'll get a little bit of that from me, that's not the point of the channel. The point is just have fun building stuff. Hang out, build, go through some build processes, tools, stuff like that. Get a preliminary config that will get you 95% of the way. Yeah. Build all the things. The little whiffs of smoke are concerning, but there's nothing indicating that it's a problem. It's new tool heads, new hot ends. I was here for the hot sauce. I have the apricot habanero. I haven't tried it yet. Okay, so that one's done. So now we can send an M500, and we should see that 51160399 in our config override. 51160399. Yep, that's enough. Just kind of confirming that for heater 2, it set the PID values. So now we are going to put tool 1 away. And just because this is fun to watch, let's put tool 1 away. Oh, and it's dropped out of being homed. That's a problem. So the timeout here is a problem. We need to go, because we have a tool on here and the system is not homed. Well, but it is homed. That's really weird, because the steppers are locked, but it's not listing as homed. Is that because I changed all the stuff and reran the config? It's a little out of sync. So let's just do this. We will tool unlock and pull this thing over and just manually redock it. Now we can home all. Make sure we are homing without any skip steps. Hold on. I want to home that again, because it didn't seem like it made it all the way over on X. I want to home all again. You see where it's triggering. Yeah, I'm gonna be paying extra attention to that, but that looked correct there. Okay, so now we're gonna grab tool 0. Whoa. What is going on? What is going on? It homed correctly, but tool 0 was nowhere close to going over to tool 0. What is going on? Let's home all. Oh, now it's binding. Tool 0. There's something that's happening in between, some variable that's getting set or something, because that happened last time, and when I did an e-stop and reran the config, basically, it worked, but something isn't getting cleared. Something isn't getting cleared. And that's probably gonna have to be something I figure out between streams. Let's run the, yes, tool positions are all done, Luke. We went through and picked up and docked every tool. So things are all calibrated. There is something that's not clearing in between operations. So I'm semi-officially out of sauce. So another order's on the horizon. Let me run this tool H1 S220. So let's go ahead and send that. We're gonna recalibrate this with the new thermistor settings. That's weird. I'm gonna have to go through and just kind of systematically try things that we've done and see where it's getting messed up. Restarting the main boards, but we didn't. Yeah, we will try various things and see if we can find a pattern as we work on this. I did see that the chain caught again though, so I need to figure out what's going on there. It is possible that I may need to shorten my water lines here, which might pull this up a little bit. That might help keep that from catching, and I may need to put another one of my little ramps over here as well, depending on where it's coming from. Okay, it's gonna run through here. Our colors we're gonna print with today, because I wanna check them out for blaster build, is Galaxy Silver and Galaxy Green, because these are colors I'm considering for the Lynx build. One of the moves is not using absolute coordinates, it's using relative or something. Yeah, something isn't clearing. Something exactly like that. The status, not the status, but the coordinate system, like you said, the absolute or relative flag or definition isn't happening properly. Tool offsets, no. We're working on that. We're getting there. I didn't see anywhere where it was binding, and the amount it's off has been different both times so far. Ooh, that is a pretty filament. Look at that. That's a Galaxy Green. So we're gonna do Galaxy Green and Silver today. Oh, we've blocked 2,070 ads for you. Check your desktop. You had an error in the console. There's no, this was when we didn't have things homed. But other than that, these heater These heater errors are no problem, are not a problem. Like one of those absolute coordinates, you're binding up and dropping steps. Add Black Plus. Have you tried U-Block Origin? Works better. I don't. Yeah. I have not tried any other ad blockers, and I've always just had that installed, and it's been sufficient. I pay for YouTube Premium, so I don't have to worry about YouTube ads. The red one about G0, that was only because it wasn't homed when we were, it was probably because I had saved a config, reran the config. It was just a not homed error. M500 to save these, and that is 4856 and 0399, just for fun. 4856 and 0399. Yep. So those two have been updated. So let's close this and go back here. Repeat for each FDM tool, and I'll do that later. The standard mapping is as followed. Setting XY offsets. Take the cover off the electronics. Maybe take the cover off the electronics. Why? Why? Hey, 1 liter, Peter. Cover off the electronics. I don't get the suggestion. Overheat? I mean, sure, but I'm not going to bother with that right now. Okay, we need to set the tool offsets next. Now we just did an M500. Let's see what happens when I try to put this tool back. Will it? Yes, it did. It put it back. If I grab tool 4, it went and grabbed it. Let's put tool 4 back. Ooh, that gets close. But it's fine. Okay, so let's not worry about that right now. I'll keep monitoring. Might miss giveaway. Neighbors have started a fire. Uh-oh, we got 10 minutes till giveaway. 10 minutes. In a perfect world, all of our nozzles would end up in the same exact position. So what we have to do is set up a reference point for where our nozzle is, and then offsets for every tool beyond that. And the way that Chris suggests doing this is what we're going to go through here. So I'll take it we're far away from printing. We're a while. This is going to be a fairly long stream, but I still expect to push plastic today. We're going to do this for tools 0 and 1, and then we'll do the Z offsets, and then we'll do a extrusion distance test. Fairly long string, yeah. I want to push plastic in an orderly fashion with at least 2 tool heads today. PID of the bed. It's not in the it's not in the guide. But yes, we should do a PID on the bed. Yeah, I guess we should. So that is, it should be the same thing, right? Copy here. We'll run this while we go through the other things. This would be, let's set it to 60 and H0. I guess that's a good test to see if the thing's even working. See if it's, yep, it's heating up. So it did say to do H0. Oh, repeat this for H0. Yep. Okay, it's running it for the bed. Let's go back here and read through this. Finishing guide will not cover any of these methods in detail as these are maintained on their own. So all methods make use of a control point. Essentially, this acts as a value by which all offsets are compared to. For Blackbox, the control point is always the Z probe. The nominal offset of a nozzle tip when compared to the Z probe is -42 and Y 30.047. The nozzle is offset in the negative X direction by 42 millimeters and the positive Y direction by that. The two most common used methods calibration are camera assisted or camera assisted and automatic, which is TAMV. I'm hoping when we come back in a couple of weeks to demonstrate TAMV, but right now we're going to use the Ember Prototypes camera. So we're going to use this guy, which is just a little camera with a set focus depth that works with this. This will plug into the computer, and we'll have a little program that we're going to run to view that and move the printer around and set our offsets that way. So yeah, that's nice and toasty. The machine is jogged until the Z probe plunger is centered over the on-screen crosshairs and submitted as the control point, and each tool is then jogged such that the center of the nozzle is in the crosshairs, with software calculating the offset to be recorded in your G10 commands. So it is extremely important that your nozzle returns to the same position regardless of how many times it is picked up and dropped off. Calibration requires repeatable tool changing kinematics to operate. Hi, Pedro. Have at it. Return here when XY offsets have been set and confirmed. So we are going to run, and I need this to cool down now because I don't really want to be using the camera on the hot bed. Where is this in the process? It is working on its little cycle. So we got to let this do its thing. The window was closed and locked, and the intensity of the fire consumed all the oxygen in the local area. Eek. Put itself out. I'm gonna see if I can rescue a package off the porch because I suspect it's sitting there. While this is running, we'll get entertained by Max. So I'll be right back. Okay, Still doing its thing. When I get home, I'll post a Discord Jubilee's way of doing nozzle offsets, and they use a cheap microscope camera so you have visible reference for your entries. It's pretty good. Yeah, I need to look at, I know the Jubilee documentation exists, and they're using TMV with that documentation, right? And I think that's what we're gonna try to do next stream on this. My camera is not here. I have one of those little microscope cameras too that I'm pretty sure you're talking about. So Blackbox uses the camera as well. Hey, Stuart. Nice and toasty. Nudge and a stealth change, and it works very well also. I'd like to try nudge on this, honestly. I would like to try nudge on this. In my case, I went with a little more manual. I just G0 the tool to a corner of the bed and visually did a manual configuration of X and Y, and for Z I used the aforementioned gauge block. Well, this will use the end stop pin over here for auto offsets for each tool head. So I haven't actually run that process, so it'll be interesting to do it once we have it going. I gotta wait a little bit for this bed. Yeah, everything seems to be doing pretty good on the water loop. Not seeing any seeping. Hey, Wolf Pup. I like the gauge block for Z since it's making it really easy to verify your Z offset, kind of like paper method. Well, we'll still need to do I think the instructions say how to do the overall bed offset. Now, what is the interface? This is Duet Web Control, Jeff. Duet Web Control is RepRap Firmware's interface. Phase 3. Hey, Brendan. I've done the XY alignment by printing vernier scales like the OG 3D tool changer, and it works, but a bit of a pain. There are printed calibrations you can do. There's the like nudge, which is basically an end stop that will you can nudge it from the side and it'll measure. And then there's camera methods. Pretty much there's probably this this trade-off on all of them. So a printed method is probably not going to be quite as accurate because you're relying on you being able to see the difference. Oh, it is giveaway time. But it's not going to be impacted by like dirt or filament residue on the nozzles. Any other method is going to get impacted by how well you can see the nozzle itself with a camera, or if there's filament that causes it to nudge a probe in that. So Polymaker filament giveaway time. Let me move that slightly over. There we go. Let's do it. Polymaker filament giveaway time. We are giving away, if you're in the US or Canada, it is a coupon to the US or Canada Polymaker stores. If you're outside the US or Canada, then you get a roll of filament sent to you. You get to pick from a pretty long, extensive list though. So I do these, you have to be here to win, and I close the entries when we haven't had a new one in 3 seconds. So get your entries in now. Pin post and the description is where the link is. We are going to start counting down. 3. Just in time. Just in time, Nira. Welcome. 2. 1. Ecuador, so I'm likely not able to. It is worldwide. It is worldwide, so. We haven't had any new entries in this whole time. No, I've got the wrong one on. I had last week's up. Let me bring up this week's. I set it all up on the other computer. Usually I set it up here, and I have all the, I've got it already open. I went to the one from last week. So I have no idea how many entries we've gotten, so I might as well start over. So 3, 2, there we go. 3, 2, 1. Let me get the car out of the garage so I can redesign the garage. Nice. Nice. Space. 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. That's a nice even number. We might as well stop it here. Yep, all done. You've never been eligible for a contest before? Interesting. Well, they say it's worldwide, so. Okay, Cheesy Potato, you were first. Who got in last? I gotta look past this. Who got in? Arthur. Arthur got in last. Ballador, you were 4th from last. Good job. Dutch Dude, how are you doing? I see you in there. Okay, let's paste these in. And what are we gonna do? Let me be staring at these lights. Let me turn off the LED off. There we are. Okay, we are going to do a number between, I don't know. Mummalum says 34, so we're going to do a number between 1 and 34. 1 and 34. $96 because of inflation. $12 for the 12th stream of a black box. Well, we're not going to go 1 to 12, but we'll do 12 shuffles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and spin. Who do we got? Who do we got? 7, just pick 7. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Congratulations. You still have 2 minutes to respond. You gotta be here. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Congratulations. Are you here? Say something in chat. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Are you here? I've met Obi-Wan in Colorado at Rocky Mountain in person. Mr. Kenobi. No, not Polar Ted. We got time. We got a minute and 15 seconds. Unless this is one of those cases where you want to be in the Polar Ted Club. And taggable just means that they haven't mentioned anything in chat in a while. Doesn't mean they're not lurking. We give 2 minutes, Vinicius. We give 2 minutes, and it's on my watch. So the Polar Ted Club is just a little fun thing when you miss out on a giveaway. And it's named after Polar Ted, who missed out on a Trident giveaway a couple of years ago. And LDO was cool enough, though, to give them a V0 kit as a consolation prize. They were away, they came back, they were off eating a sandwich or a burrito, I don't remember. I keep getting those mixed up. But Obi-Wan has 5 seconds to say something. Dope. Dope. We got a new inductee. We got a new inductee. Sorry, Obi-Wan. We're gonna do number between 1 and 12. This is the 12th. This is the 12th stream in this series. Have I had any series go more than 12 or even up to 12? I don't remember what the most is. Okay. Collie said 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Spin. Who we have? Who we have? Marcus Hempel. Marcus Hempel, are you here? Congratulations. Marcus, are you here? Marcus Hempel. I don't know. I just pick a random name that sees. Oh, you missed it, Obi-Wan. You missed it. Marcus Hempel. Marcus Hempel. Whose name is directly above his? Oh, I can't even read that. I can't read it. You press spin a bunch of times on a 21 count shuffle. Oh, I did that ages ago. I remember doing that. I didn't do it this time. I know you're here, Obi-Wan. I know. 2 minutes passed. I know. I might have some leeway, Obi-Wan. I don't want to set a precedent, so I want to make sure. Are you not live, Obi-Wan? You're probably not live. This is a fairly loose process here. Yeah, it sounds like you were behind live, Obi-Wan. I don't know if we've had, for a filament giveaway, have we ever had someone miss it and then show up later? Or even, I mean, maybe later, but within a few minutes. Have we ever had that happen? Did we get Marcus? Did Marcus come up? Did Marcus come up? I didn't see them. Time ran out. Time ran out. Sorry, Marcus. Sorry, Marcus. It's still open, no winner yet. This is true. I'm stewing. I'm stewing. But Marcus, we got another Polar Ted Club member. What do we got? We're gonna do a number between 1 and 7. Number between 1 and 7. Not following chat on your PC. We got things we can do, Obi-Wan. Don't worry. I'm stewing on that. So we try not to, but let's go 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Spin. That's why I want to make sure we hadn't set precedent before. I didn't want to piss someone off from an earlier stream. Loner Zorong. Loner, are you here? I've got things moving. I think Obi-Wan's gonna get taken care of. Obi-Wan showed up soon enough, but we kept going, so we gotta if we'll see if Loner isn't here, but we might have 2 today. Film it before, happy for someone else. I get it, Obi-Wan, but still. We try to have fun here. This is a, there you are. Loner Zoran. Awesome. Loner Zoran, congratulations. And things look good. Awesome. 5 people in a row timed out. It's happened. It's happened. Willed that power. Yeah. We'll make sure that nobody walks away. Yeah. We'll be good. Okay. Congratulations. And we will chat, Obi-Wan. I'll give you a choice. If you want to be a Polar Ted Club member, or if you want a spool. I just want to make sure that I I don't think I've been in a similar situation before. So I don't want to change something and have someone previously. There's a certain precedent that's okay, Frank. There's a certain little bit that's okay. I know. Merch in general is something I haven't done a lot of. Did this thing finish? Wow, it's still going. We haven't lost any time. You'd rather be in the club? Then you're in the club. Maybe that's the precedent we'll set. We'll give a choice. If you're within, like, still doing the giveaway. If we're done with the giveaway, you're in the Polar Ted Club. But if in this case, if you were still in, then we can talk about it. So. But if we're done, if the next person had gotten it and you'd come in later, you'd be in the club for sure. Precedent would have to give a roll of filament with 20 millimeters of filament left. That's true. That is true. I'll send you a sample roll. A 30-gram sample. Sounds fair if I'm gonna get my name drawn again regardless. Yeah. Nero had one going for like 45 minutes. Oh, the PID tune? Well, I was hoping that only 60C instead of trying to go up to 100 or whatever. Portugal is the only reason you have one spool. Hard to keep it live. Sometimes it drags behind on its own. You have to remember to hit the live to keep up. On some players, there might be some weirdness in players, huh? This is still doing this. So what is next? We need to do the offsets. I really don't want to do the offsets because on a hot bed, I don't want to cook my camera. I should have saved the bed tune for either not doing it or whatever. It's a 1/4 inch bed, 6mm bed. Didn't the heaters have to be heated to printing temperatures? For what? Not for the offset calibration. It's a 300 bed. It's bed PID tuning, yep. It's got to be close. My stomach is starting to growl too. Oh no, I'm sorry, Marcus. Is that the other? It's closed. Did that, then I would definitely be that club twice over with many between. In the meantime, let's chat. Play any video games? I haven't played much for video games in a long time. Now I've been messing around with the new version of Minecraft 1.21. But usually what happens is a new version will come out. I'll go in there and play a couple of cycles of hardcore, and then I drop it and pick it up at the next update. It's just fun. It's kind of mind numbing. But I haven't had any real time to get into any other games. What about cooking? I don't do much for cooking either. I bake a good peanut butter cookie, but I like No Man's Sky. Still play as Portal 2. What is a better material for enclosures, PC or acrylic? It's like the trade-offs there, isn't it? Acrylic is more scratch prone, but a little better insulator, and polycarbonate is less scratch prone, but not quite as good of an insulator, or could I have that backwards? Oh, pin post, thank you. Unpin. And remove the link from the description. Save. New Cat Quest 3. I've watched people play that. I haven't tried it. PC is tougher, but can't be cut with a laser. That's true. You can't, you need to route. You need to mechanically cut a polycarbonate. Does Dynamic Printer use vacuum glass as an insulator? Nice. Just heavy. PC is more scratch prone, but less crazing. Not affected by IPA. I thought PC was less. Okay, so it's more, PC is more scratch prone. So I had it backwards. PC is more scratch prone, but a better insulator. Acrylic is less scratch prone, but not quite as good of an insulator. Seeing the whale again made me think about Charlie. Has a different pet companion crossed the radar yet? Getting close. Getting close. Hey, Ember Prototypes, did someone warn you we're going to be playing with your device here today? There's Chris. Hey, Chris. I've got weird things to talk about with you, Chris. We've had some instances where trying to grab a tool, it's decided that it forgot where the tool head was, even though it was homed and it tried. It was really weird. And I haven't quite found the pattern yet. Because when it does that, I emergency stop, then rehome, and then it does just fine. So there's something it's losing in between. Maybe it's after I run an M500 to save these values. Maybe it's after I rerun the config and it's losing something there. No warning, just saw the stream. Well, that's a good time to do it. We're waiting for this ages long bed PID tune, but right after this is done and it cools down a bit, we're gonna put the thing on. What would you say to a printer that merges your Phoenix with a positron? So an upside down, have I seen something like that? Thought I saw something. I don't remember. So an upside down printing, big, large format printer. Game Stray, your character is a Cadney, looks exactly like Charlie. Watching live. I was warned that Stray is a Twitch game, but I watched the son play. Totally excellent game. Hey, Clownhammer. I'm actually in France. Oh, I saw your Twitter post with a, I don't remember what it was in the background, but I did see that. Open Sauce, that kid's printer. That's it. Thanks, Derek. That's what I saw. I have a video on that. One day I'll release it, even if it's way late. Yep. Thanks for that reminder. Looks like the build is going well, though. Yeah. Yeah. We're just waiting for RepRep Firmware's ages-long bed PID tuning. It's almost printing. It's beautiful, but it's also been like 36C. Ooh. What is it here today? What is it supposed to be here today? So we are supposed to be 91 Fahrenheit today. Where was that setting for? Here we go. It is 33 Fahrenheit or Celsius today. 33. Just getting back to the stream. Did I miss any drama with the filament drying? No drama. No drama. Remind me, next time we're messing with RepRep firmware, that the default PID values for a bed are enough and to run it off camera. Next time we do this, remind me that we can probably get away with not PID tuning the bed for a first print. I mean, I could cancel this, but we've waited this long. It's like the lost, whatever fallacy. What do you call that? Should definitely PID tune the bed. I couldn't print without getting heater faults because the bed was heating up too slowly. Yeah, but this has default values from Chris is the case here. Which you're right, might not be the case in a sunk cost fallacy. Thank you. Might not be the case in a future build, but this one would have been okay. It's probably very close. Interesting, Edwin. This has values that are based on Chris's build that would probably be close enough to work. We are going to be, and let's see if I can find it. Do we have it in the CX? What is that thing called? Tells us to cancel the PID. It does. That's why I'm violating that. Which colors will you use to print? I went with white and red for the white and black and red for the black piece. I'm gonna use that Galaxy green and Galaxy silver. Why? I just installed this. Why isn't the camera showing up in my... That's weird. The camera is not showing up in my program list, even though I just installed it last night. So I found out as I was cooking earlier. Did I miss anything? Nothing. You missed out on... Oh. Trying to find the utility, the camera utility. Why is it not showing up as an installed program is the question. Oh, there it is. There it is, because I wasn't looking for the right name. Yeah. You may get a Windows device driver loading sound, just a warning. Restart this. What is this? Interesting temp difference between Steve and me. Current temp here is 85, 28C. That is interesting. Okay, here is the camera utility we're going to use. Ember prototypes. I could not get this to work in the web app. Ember, I don't remember your name, but I couldn't get this to work in the web app. There's my finger. If I move my finger around, you can get my fingerprint. Bill, thank you. I could not get the web app to work last night when I was messing with this. And I don't know if it's a case of, I couldn't select a camera. And I've got, I mean, on this computer, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 cameras hooked up anyway. But you have to give permission in your browser. It didn't ask. It didn't ask for it. And usually it does. Just need a DNA sample. I mean, we can bring it up while we're waiting, right? Here. And this is actually, I'm going to be using a different browser here, so this might work. I was using Chrome before, so let's go here. See ya, John. This is a different browser than what I was trying last night, so let's see. Products. Is this where we go? Camera assisted XY calibration tool. Here. There's where I'm at. So if we scroll down here, we'll see some resources. So documentation and software. So let's look at the cross-platform web app. Oh, there we are. This one is asking. So let's allow. Allow. I didn't actually click. Need help with your camera. Select to start troubleshooting. Oh, here. It probably has a problem with it being open in both places. Let's reload. There we are. Yeah, that works. Okay. Well, like I said, I only tried it in Chrome last night. I didn't ask, but zoom in, zoom out. Oh, that's good. And then I don't know if we're gonna try this or try, I guess we'll try this. We'll try this and the app. Where are we at here? Is this done yet? Neighbor's still got a fireball? What is basically arson? The police won't do anything. Ew. Maybe a cookie caching? Could be. This, I'm pretty sure I've ran that on this computer before, but it'll have been a while. How much longer do we wait before we just cancel this and just drop all of that waited time? Maybe if it hasn't done it in 3 minutes, if it isn't done in 3 minutes, I'm gonna cancel it. It's 1:33 right now. See ya, Ella. Hope everything goes okay. Three minutes. Does that system use RGCam? I don't know. It's 1:34 now. 2 more minutes. What I really should go by, rather than time, is I should, if it does another cycle, we'll stop. If it starts another cycle, we'll stop. We got to let this, because this is probably not going to finish in the next 2 minutes, this cycle. But we need to see this cycle finish. If it starts another cycle, then we'll stop. And each cycle, it looks like each cycle is about 2 minutes. So it might finish before. Each cycle is about what? 1.5, 2 minutes. And if I have trouble heating up to start a print, I'm gonna really regret canceling it, but I don't think I will. It's just default. It's just default napping. So Steve, do you do everything in 3s? That was completely coincidence. 3 is a good number. Yep, it's starting a new cycle. I so don't want to hit that. Don't want to hit stop. I did say 3 minutes, and we're about another 1.5 minutes, so we could wait for this cycle. We could wait for this one because my 3 minutes isn't up yet, and it's on its downslope of this cycle. This is going to be lovely on the VOD. How you doing, Slunky Kong? Yeah, I was having trouble with YouTube slowing down with an ad blocker running as well. And that's when I ended up just paying for premium. Never seen bed take more than about 20 minutes. At a higher temperature, I think, what did Luke's take? 45 minutes? No, Nero said he had one that was like 45 minutes, right? Okay, if this goes up without finishing, it's almost at the end. I'm gonna cancel it. Is that an upslope? Yep, I'm canceling it. That was a lot of wasted time. I apologize. But I don't know how long that's going to take, and I've heard 45 minutes isn't out of the question. Yeah. Let's go back in here and turn the LEDs off and home all. And I'm gonna watch this thing and see how things go with the, that does fine. That's good, okay. Canceled at 136, yeah, that's. It is wild, it's a little frustrating. Now while that, oops, while that is doing it, let's go and grab some tools just to make sure things are correct. So we just did a reset in home, so there's a grab tool 0. And let's grab tool 4 instead. Cool. Let's grab tool 2. This is fun to watch, so. Let's grab tool 1. And the last one we haven't grabbed is tool 3. Well, I don't know if you were here, Chris, but I just canceled the bed PID tune. It was taking way too long. And let's put tool 3 away. Awesome. So that works. So let's home all again. Just want to see how things are going. And then we're going to, this is down to 50C. I'm going to go ahead and use this camera. So I know we need, so if we put this thing on here, and that light is going to be in the way, and I'm going to come up from below here. Put this here, and we need more Z space. And if we go to the, oh, this is going to be interesting. Why don't I do this? So you can see that and I can still control it. Let me bring this up in a different browser screen. There we are. So there is our switch. So I want to just move this into its spot, and let's go up another 5. There we go. Now we're getting into focus. Have you gotten any high quality parts off AliExpress other than Mellow? I've bought stuff off AliExpress that's been fine. And let's go let's get this into focus and just do that by, yeah, that's looking pretty good. Now I'm gonna manually move this to where it's where I want it, which is always fun because it's opposite of what you think. So I'm going to put that right there, right? So that is our, oops, shifted. Say that is pretty close. Oops. I know I should move the tool head. Let's just call that right there. We don't, oh, I'm sorry. I had the wrong camera. Good call on the clamp. There we go. That'll be close enough. Want the camera move while the tool is changing? It shouldn't. It shouldn't. So I've got a LED that's not happy on that. So now when we go and grab our camera, has a large magnet on the back, so it shouldn't move unless you snag the cable. But always better to be safe than sorry. Yeah. Let's make sure I have enough slack here. And now it's out of the way. Now I haven't done this often. I've played with this with the Tridex. So I'm not super familiar with the workflow, so we're gonna kind of work through that. So if we say, let's see, click here for user manual and troubleshooting. We'll just skip that for now. If I zoom in, we can see that we're pretty close. Hey, Timo. And do I do anything down here? So if I just start, you must clear existing machine offset values for calibration to be accurate. You must home the machine after any changes to machine offset values, and the order of operations is critical. Follow the instructions carefully. Ensure the CXC is stable and does not move during calibration. Did you say one of your LEDs is gone? It looks like just now. Yesterday, all four were working fine. Just now, one of the LEDs is kind of flashing. The bottom left one. Just now. First time I've noticed it. And I was using this, I was playing around with some of this process last night. Okay, so we're making sure that our offsets, which were saved in config override, and I've removed those. So tool offsets were in here, I removed them. All of them right now are in config G under the G10 commands for each tool. And these are, as you saw in the instructions, the -42 30.047 is the default. So, so those are all consistent across the tools right now. So now we should be able to, let's continue. It says clean the nozzles and heat to 200C and wipe with brass stainless brush. I don't know why you need to heat on this. Do we want, why does that matter? I can send you a new one. You have like one of the first beta units from last year. Yeah, this is a very early one. This is fix some LED issues. Oh, okay. Did you ever look into being able to control the LEDs? Turning them on or off? If your nozzles are clean, skip it. These are brand new. These are brand new nozzles. So, continue. I think. I'm pretty sure both of these are brand new. Home the machine, move the Z-axis up to 30 millimeters. So I've already homed the machine and moved it to where we're in focus. Place on the bed and drive T0 until visible. So our 0 reference is the switch. So we're gonna say, rotate the lens to focus on the camera and adjust exposure if required. So I think we're okay there. Continue. Move T0 until centered in the crosshair. Enter the absolute X and Y position into the fields below. So right now we are at 150, 200. Okay, so do we put that there? For this is basically, I don't get this. If we're using this as the reference point, how do we get to the 5th one then? You don't need to, okay. And what is this down here, X and Y? Next version will have some kind of LED control, just have a bunch of inventory to go through first, got it. So do I enter my current coordinates there or there? Because if we switch tools right now, or if we grab tool 0, so this is gonna grab and it should move there, see? So this is tool 0. It's using the offsets that are there, which is, I think, okay, because we're referencing everything to the current, but I feel like we need an extra thing here for this to work properly. So this should be 150, 200. The first coordinate should be the probe. Yeah, but we have 5 more tools. How do we do the 5th tool here? So now we can go through and we can move. I'll use the web interface to move the tool until this is centered. Oops. Right there. So now we have a X1 is, there are 5, it's 0 through 4. Right, I have 5 tool heads, but 0 is the probe, because that's what we're referencing off of. Just don't lose your current home coordinates. Is there an XY at the bottom? That's the reference. I don't know. Is it? I forgot this has 5 tools. I need to update the UI. Oh, okay. So here X1 is, I moved it around and it's 149.9 and 199.6. Okay. So continue. Home T0 and move T1 to the position previously recorded. So I think we can put tool 0 back. We can switch to tool 1. Wait here. Just do the first 4 and then we can do the 5th after pretty easily. Okay, so now we're on tool 1. We need more accuracy than 1 decimal point. Well, we're getting it to centered with that. We do need more accuracy. You're right. You're right. Use a panel do to get your absolute coordinates for the field. Four tools should do the trick for most prints anyway. If I'm moving back, I can move this. I can use this. If I need, so I was able to get to exact center with 0.1 on the last one. Now, hold on. I can fix this, or I can show this. So that is not quite 0 or centered, right? I went plus 0.1 increments. I can right click here, here. So on my other screen, I'm in this. If I need to move back a partial, I can right click here and I can say move back 0.05 and say, okay, from the web interface here. So now I can look and show that we're closer. So let's go minus 0.02. So, okay. We're closer. And I'm going to do basically the same thing. And now, do I need to put a minus on there? It's not actually moving. Why isn't it actually moving? Oh, okay. I'm learning here. So I'm actually changing this. Now I can click it and go to the different values. So I'm going to change this to 0.0. Well, let's just, oh, I just did 0.01. Oh, 0.02 is right there. You note that DWC will round when you go to find your absolute positions. Okay. Is that this? This is rounding off, and I see that. It is, because this isn't showing a, and I can't see the, what is the command to bring up the position? Because I should be able to send a command, current position or whatever. The panel do shows, the panel do is pointed that way. Because of the way I have to work on this, I can't see the panel do. I can take a picture of it with my phone, but I know there's a command to bring up, in the console, I should be able to enter a command to what's the current tool position. Is that it in 114? Sounds familiar. There we go. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Tuxedo. So we want 150.28 and 198.9 for this one. So 150.28 and 199.9, right? Oh, 198.9. Okay, so that is that tool. So these are the two that we're going to align right now, because these are the two that we're going to use. So I think we can say next. We're not going to go through all 5 because of time, and I do want to print today. But what if we say continue? So now continue and move T1 until centered in the crosshair. Enter the absolute repeat for the remaining extruders, if any. So continue. Calibration complete. So what is this saying? The first one is 0.1, the next one is minus 0.28. So now with these values for those two, we should be able to go into our config.g and change our tool location. So X is going to be plus 0.1. These are the values added to your current G10s. Yep. So we're going to go here. We're going to, for tool 0, we're going to say X minus 41.9. Because we're adding 0.1, right? And Y is minus 0.28. So Y is 29. 30.0, or no, not 29. I'm gonna claim Stream Brain and say 30.047 minus 0.28, 29.767. You're right. That was the second X value. Y is 0.4. So Y is 0.4 for that one. My bad. See, Stream Brain. 30.447, right? And I know I said 20. I lost. I accidentally closed the page instead of switching to it. Let's see, will this give me the same value? There we go. Nope. Shoot. Why is it giving me different values on the bottom there when I just stepped through that? Why is it? Oh, no, it isn't. It's giving me the same ones. 0.4. So this is 30.44, and tool 1 is minus 0.28. So here we're going 42.28, right? And Y is 1.4 or 1.1. It's plus 1.1. Is that right? Okay. Am I correct with what I just did? And now Chris leaves. Okay. We'll find out with this first print. We're going through the process. I'm learning. We'll do this again when we come back. If anybody wasn't here earlier, the plan is to try to push plastic today. And then next weekend, I'm going to unbox and check out the Magneto X. And then the following weekend, we're going to do a full 5 tool, probably a Hue Forge print. Once you update the new values, you should be able to check by saving homing and then moving the tools over the CXC. Perfect. So let's save this. Let's do a full restart the main board. I can customize my Clipper Screen bootloader, almost like VZBot boot screen. Do you have any reference or guide? So Clipper Screen has a pretty good documentation site. I couldn't tell you offhand right now how to do it, but Clipper Screen, if you search for Clipper Screen docs, there's a pretty good information there. So let me turn these LEDs off. The problem is I need to move the C1 CXC in order to home. And I need to unlock the tool and put it away. Now we can home all. Oh, and yep, I've got a spot there where it's going to jam on the cable still. I need to figure that out. Now, just for a check, I'm gonna make sure I can grab tool 0. What's A? A is the tool change a lock, yep. So I'm gonna just grab tool 0. So just making sure that we're good, and it did. So now let's put tool 0 back. Just throw it back on later, line up the first tool to the center, and then do tool changes, and it should line up. Just throw it back on later, line up the first tool to the center. Yep. So if I'm gonna home all again just to get it back in the same spot. I should have just homed X and Y, but that's fine. I think I'm gonna try well, now the water system is filled, so it's gonna be a pain, but I'm gonna try shortening those water lines going to the tool head here. Okay, let's put this thing on here. Let's put the camera on, and we have to go a few things up, and I want to see in here. So, where are you? There you are. And we are going to go till we get back in focus. There we go. And I just add the end stops instead of doing sensorless. This isn't sensorless. go. That's really close. This isn't sensorless. This uses Hall effect end stops. Now we should be able to do a tool change. So tool 0 should show up right above that. Yeah. Now, we could spend a bunch more time getting this fine-tuned, but that is really close. The thing up, up, down, down, left, right. Knomi code. I know that reference. And then let's grab tool 1. Impressed by your manual placement. I don't feel impressed by my manual placement. That is really close. That is really close between those. So there is some level of using the machine, the interface, to move that to where it's exactly centered over that end stop, and then calibrating each tool head from there to there's some more time that could be spent. The difference is that I'll spend this time not on camera. So these two are set, right? So we have a very good offsets. If we go back to tool 0, we should get basically the same thing. Actually, a line between tool to tool alignment to the probe isn't that important. Exactly. The probe is important, and see, that's right back. That's really good. The probe offset here is important because of bed mesh, relative to the bed mesh. So should be super close. You can also zoom in on the image. Yep. And you could zoom in and then do your ultra fine calibration, spend all that time going through. But the key is just showing the basic process here. So right now I'm gonna call this good enough for tools 1 and 2. It's gonna be very close. Let's do the next part of the commissioning guide. So let me take this thing off. Is the offset camera meant to be removable? Yes, it's got a magnet on the back. So little closer view here. We've got a device here with a magnet, and apparently so full disclosure, Phil here sent this to me way back when I was first talking about the Tridex. So this is a very early one, and apparently there are issues with, if I bump, oh, there it is. And that is way bright, sorry about that. It's actually got me. It looks like I pressed on that LED and it turned back on. Oh, now it's off. Now it's on. Anyway, that is the thing. And it's got, like I said, it's got a magnet on the back, sits on the bed. What I'd like to see is if when you include LED control, if we could just mount it in here and see how it works with TMV. Does this use nozzle probing? No. There were solder joint issues on super early ones. And this was super early. Okay. Back here. So now we're gonna set our Z offsets. So just like X and Y offset, tool nozzles have varying Z heights as well. This can be due to assembly part variations. Black is equipped with a Z offset probe to automatically calculate these values for you via a macro called probe tools. So begin by using home all command or G28 in the console, and then activate the heated bed to a temperature of 60 C. So let's get our bed heated up. Let's go to 60. Okay, it's heating up. Bad solder joint should be pretty easy to fix. I'd be fine-tuning those offsets for hours to get them perfect. Well, yeah, I just can't do that on camera. There are workarounds for LED control and current inventory, but future ones will have some kind of control. I know a lot of customers who are already mounting into their machines. Cool. I am gonna pull this towel out because I'm feeling pretty good about it's not gonna be spraying anywhere. Move this over here. Wait for that to get up. Can we put tool 0 away? Yes. Thinking a workbench needs to be about 36 inches wide. Seems like a good number to pretty much anything. 36 inches deep or width? And then maybe not recommended for OCD perfectionists. I didn't say it and proceeds to spray. No, we don't jinx it like that, Balador. We don't jinx it like that. Deep? Yeah. My workbench here is 4 feet deep, but I use a lot of it is wasted with the, not wasted, but the little bins, parts bins are using up about 1 foot of it. You only run that once, Kinko, and then you run it again if your prints aren't coming out right. Okay, that is close enough there. So activate the heater of all FDM tools to a temperature of 200 to 250. So we're going to only heat up tools 1 and 2. The others, I'm gonna have to rerun this, but I'm not gonna bother heating them up and waiting. So let's, because we're here to, here, let's go 205, I guess. 205 and 205. Activate those. Yeah, so we're going to heat up tools 1 and 2. This is, I think this macro is going to calibrate the offsets for all 5 tools. But just since we're not going to be printing with 5 tools today, I'll rerun that later. The target tool heating temperature is based on any filament currently loaded in a given tool. The goal is to soften the filament enough that it does not skew the results. To activate a heater without performing tool macros, you need to click heater and toggle it to active, and that's what I just did. On machine specific, you can add to 200C preset on hot end temps. Rehome the machine once more to establish a new Z0 datum. But many are running it with the CXE mounted into their tool changers. Not written by them, it was designed to work with a microscope camera. Okay, so we are at 60C. Let's home it all. Now we do need to home it all because the bed temperature changing is going to change how things have thermally expanded or contracted or whatever. Well, it's expanded here, but we'll need to get that new reference point with the switch. So we're gonna home all. Just kind of checking, see how things, yep, that lifted, so we're good. Okay. So we are homed. And then we're going to run the probe tools macro. Now for my own, just because we've had some concerns with this today, I'm going to grab tool 0 and just make sure things are in the right space, and it looks like they are. So now I'm going to put tool 0 back. And now we're going to go here to our macros, and we're going to run the probe tools macro. So I'm going to do that, and we're going to say probe tools and run it. So what is this going to do? This is going to, okay, now it's homing to the, there. Now it's going to grab a tool, I imagine. What is it doing? Okay. It's gonna grab that tool. Don't forget to clean the bed. Now it just touched off on that one. Now let's see where it does on this one. Yep, it's gonna touch off on tool 1. Awesome. I don't know what that extra move is, but there's tool 2. So it's taking the tip of the nozzle, and it's giving us a warning that those aren't heated up, but that's okay. So so it's doing all of this, and it's giving me messages in here. And we should get a report here now. Now it's going to confirm. So it's going to hit the probe again. Interesting. So now we have, these are our new values. Now, if I save this with an now I can take these and enter them into my config.g, but I think if I save this with an M500, it will save. So we're looking at 2.876. Oh no, we're looking at 2.563 for tool 0 and 3.405 for the next one. So if we go to system and config override, we should. It did not save those. It did not save those in there. Why not? Why didn't it? Huh. I'll have to figure that out. I don't know why. But in the meantime, we can just go in here and change these values. And I am going to bring up do I have those in the console? Yes, nice. So for tool 0, Z is going to be minus 2.563 minus 2.563, and tool 1 is going to be minus 3.405. That's weird. That being that much off is a little odd. I wonder why they're so different. And these are going to have to change, but I don't want to accidentally run one. 3.084 minus 3.084 and minus 2.7 and minus 2.876. Okay. On machine specific, you can add the 200C preset. Many are running. Don't forget to clean the bed. Nobody's chatted since then? I've read that like 3 times. Okay. So we can save and restart. That's a little odd that those tools are like a millimeter off in Z. Why would that be? Let me just make sure that the Revos are threaded in all the way. They've cooled down enough to where that's, yeah, they're both threaded in all the way. It didn't move, so I think we just try it. Are we ready? Are we about ready to, I mean, we need to do I guess we need to do an extrusion calibration. let's at least confirm it. So let's home all. I've got cable chain management issues. Going to bed now. See you, Phil. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, so it's homing that, and let's grab tool 0. Yep, and that worked. So we're gonna grab tool 0 and we're gonna heat it up to, let's just go 205. So we're gonna heat up tool 0 and we're going to run some filament into it. How am I gonna do this? Let's put this right here. This over here. So while that heats up, let's grab this and a spool holder. Chamfer on that and run this guy up through there. All right. Oh, I'm definitely nervous that I'm always nervous on offsets. So I'm hoping once that's heated up, we can extrude. So we're going to use the controls here to extrude just to start, and we'll extrude at only 2 millimeters per second and see if this is moving. Okay, that did not seem. I'm gonna do something here. I'm gonna pull this off and I'm gonna extrude. Okay, so we've got a problem with the extruder motor. So the pinout, the wiring on the extruder is not correct. So our order of wires is wrong. What in the world? Why is that still going? Let's emergency stop that. Regarding the Z offset difference, consider doing a paper test on the bed before printing. Good call. Good call. I'm going to just dock this, manually dock that. It's going to sit there and cool off. So we have a extruder motor that is not working right. So that is probably a wire sequence issue. I know Steve has a video of doing the input shaping with the Nighthawk stealth burner. I don't know if I do. Might be better to turn the spool 180 degrees. It could be. It could be. I need to shut this down. And I need to get underneath there. The offset difference is considered. Okay. We never checked the extruder motor for pinout. This is a pain. What do I want to do? I could actually do this just up here at the tool head. Probably easiest. Oh, I'm actually not even looking at the right. Is it? Let me shut it down. I think we're okay. Let's turn the Pi off. And power off. So let me check first to make sure this hasn't come dislodged up here. red. So we are at red, blue, green, black. Red, blue, green, black. And sure, plugged in. It is plugged in all the way. Are you using the same stepper motor, Chris? Are you using the same stepper motor as I am for the extruder? What was that? What was that? Oh. Cut zip ties falling all over the place. So which one? So what is the color order on the what is the color order of the wires at the duet? Red, blue, green, black. Extruder motor at this, let's see, red, which way? That way. Red, blue, green, black. And on this side, red, blue, green, black. Let me see if I can see this from this side. Pop open the, oh, I didn't put screw there. Okay. Where is this one? This one's plugged in right there. Okay. So this one's at least easy to get to. Red, blue. It should be this guy. Oh, that's hard to tell which way that's supposed to be. That's the picture is a little confusing there. I think it might be reversed. I think it might be reversed on here. Oh, and this is the harness. I didn't actually pin this. So I think it's the same pin out as every other stepper though, as it is right now. So is it possible that it's something else that's the problem? I name my printer in DWC Elegoo. This is wired the same as every other stepper. So is there something wrong with the extruder motor, or is it something else? I don't know that it's the pin. Well, I guess we can try it by just, it's you swap either wires, the middle two wires or the outer two wires, right? If it's pinned wrong. I can try here, let me try shorting out two. Let's just measure the pair and watch the diagram. Last time I gambled, I fried my driver. I had those. I had some jumpers here. I'm gonna. Oh, okay. I had jumpers, but they're the wrong kind. Okay, I'm just switching this because I have to move a camera. Let's see. There we go. Let's just grab this. I'm just grabbing a jumper wire so I can short 2 pins on the stepper and see which ones. So if I just grab this, and I know there's no way for me to get an easy camera view. So if I put that there and there, this should be hard to turn. Do you have an LCR? What's an LCR? Are red, blue, and black, green. Black, blue. Black, blue are a pair on here, Chris. Black, blue are a pair. And red green are a pair. Black, blue, and red, green. So I need to swap two of the pins on here. I'll swap the outer ones because that seems easier. And Dutch dude. So what's going on is the pairs on the stepper are not what was expected for the wiring harness. There we go. So this is a physical wiring change we need to fix, and then we will test for the correct rotation. Come on. Working in a very tight spot here. There we go. Oh. Bend these tabs back. So the way I determined that is I basically shorted the pairs with that jumper, and you can turn the stepper and you'll be able to feel extra resistance when it is when you have a pair shorted out. Okay, so that should work. This is weird that it's different from any other LDO though, Chris. Okay, so that is done. Let's power back on. Started to always check the pairs with a multimeter or short them. They have stepper, online drivers, same motor name. They are different wired. Is still alive? I am. How much longer on the stream today? As long as it takes to print something. Okay, this should be coming up. And yep, there it is. LEDs just came on. Okay, if we do that, look here. See if I can get this to in frame enough where it decides to focus. There we go. So now I should be able to go back to we're going to do a two color change print. A two color change print. So still, oh, that's funny. LED off. There we go. That's better. Let me get the temperature. Let me get the hot end heating, because I don't think it'll cold extrude. I don't know, will it? If I go to extrusion control, and yeah, it won't cold extrude. It's grayed out right now. The retract and extrude are grayed out. I'm sure they will activate once this hits some minimum temperature. And then we should be able to figure out if this is moving in the correct direction. So, does it have to be homed? Apparently it needs to be homed too. So let's home it. Yeah, I have work to do on this cable chain. No, that didn't do it. Why isn't it letting me do this? What is stopping me from... Do I need to actually have tool 0? Yes, I have to have it. I have to have it actually loaded. Well, that doesn't help me. Okay, so let's tool unlock manually then, because I need to be able to see if this thing's turning. Now we're gonna go and let's just hold this here. I'm gonna put it over here so it stays cool. Come on, right there. Now if we extrude, there we go. So that is spinning that way, which is, yep, that's correct. So I switched the right pair. I swapped the outside wires, Chris, if that helps. I believe that is extrude direction. So if this spins this way, the BMG gear spins this way, which pushes filament in. So cool. Now I can get this back to where it was by putting this on here and hitting tool lock 0. There. Now, if we, let's get Z out of the way, and I think we should be able to extrude. Yep. Yep. It is taking some plastic. So let's go at 2 millimeters. We're going to go 50. We're just going to go for it. It is pulling plastic. So we should see, you'll get a tiny little view right here of first plastic pushing out of this thing once it gets there. Hit like to push plastic, exactly. And then I think I'm gonna go 20 for the next one, but extrude. There it is. You can see it just out of the corner. Oh, there we go. That's a better view. Okay. So if we have tool 0 active here, we should be able to step this down to Z0 and be right on the bed. So let's slowly do that. Let's go. That's Z0, and I didn't do it slow. I hit it one more time than I wanted to. But it's exactly Z0 right now. And it's right on the bed. So, first plastic pushed. So that offset looks correct. So now if we switch to tool 1, now it's in standby. I'm gonna set, so here you can set, so it changed tool 1 or tool 0 to standby. I'm gonna change the temperature, standby temperature, to something. You can see it's gonna go, and now it should settle down to 160 and maintain that. If we go here and put this at 205, but we're at 5, so if I step down, so it says we're at Z5, and if that's not gonna be a great view, but it's probably the best I got for you. What is this? Minus 0.5. Right at, so that's Z1. Yeah, it's right there. Z0. So that what I'm doing right now is confirming our Z offsets are reasonable, because we had about a millimeter difference between tool 0 and tool 1 in Z. And according to this, now we're at Z0 and it's basically touching the bed. We should be really good. So, now if we set this to, yeah, and we also see that this is maintaining about 160 C. So if we set that there, and now we put tool 1 back, and we're gonna grab tool 0. Why is that waiting now? Is it waiting? Okay, so it's going to grab tool 0, but is it normal for it to wait until it heats up? It seems like it. Yep. Yep. So now it's doing that. Now we are going to get the bed out of the way. And I want to, there's some play there. I don't know what the best way for me to mark and measure for checking the extrusion. You run standbys at full print temp? Okay. Because it's going to be really inconvenient to try to pop this off to mark the filament. I think what I'm going to do is just get a guess here, and then maybe that's another topic we can talk about on the next stream. But I'm going to mark on the filament over here, mark about 100 millimeters here and see how close it is. I'm gonna just, I know we've got play, this is not correct, but I'm gonna mark 100 millimeters here with the marker, and extrude 50 millimeters and see where we're at. So let's move this out and over so we can actually see a little bit of what it's doing. We use the silicone leak blockers and proper cooling when I do. Grandkids visiting, what have I missed? Pushing plastic. We did push plastic. We've oozed plastic and we've actually pushed plastic. Okay, now we're gonna go, and I am going to basically extrude 50 millimeters at 2 millimeters per second, so it's nice and slow, and extrude. This is not going to be a perfectly accurate. I'm looking to make sure that we're in the ballpark for this. We could also tune this with prints. So we can tune our, we can tune it with a set extrusion multiplier in the slicer, and then adjust our steps per millimeter or millimeters per step, whatever rep firmware uses. Tool alignment went fine. Tool alignment went good. We're in a really good place with it. Okay, so now if I just reach over here and get in the way, I should see, and I am at 55 millimeters sticking out. So it's under extruding right now. Assuming it's done. Yeah, it's done. I'm at 55 millimeters. I think I'm gonna adjust that. Yeah, I'm right at 55 millimeters, and that's very, very ballpark checks. It's steps per millimeter, yeah. So I've extruded 45 millimeters when I asked for 50, is what that's saying. So if we go to our within tolerance, and what my plan is to come up with a number for this, and we're just going to duplicate that for tool one, just to get close enough. So if we go to here and we go to our config, our extruder, steps per millimeter. Oh, that's right. There needs to be some configuration changes for this to be different per tool head. That's not in the config right now. So we have 781 is what we are set now. Which way does that go? We asked for 50, we got 45, which means we're under extruding. We need to decrease this number, right? Where is... Is there one at... You said there's one at config tool. Yeah. Big tool, and where is it? Tools? No. Where? Oh, it's in the here, right? Where is the, oh, here we are. Is it in here? Where is that? It's on drivers. Yeah, it should be here. Steps per millimeter. Calculator. There we are. How does that work? How does that work? Here. Prusa. Steps per millimeter calculator. Rep calculator. Here we are. We'll go here. Filament. Stepper motors. Where's the, isn't there one for extruder? Oh, jeez. I always hate doing this. I thought there was one right here. I always get mixed up on whether that value needs to increase or decrease So if it's set to 781, and we need to basically change this by that 10%, is it up or down? So this should be, if we do this, it should be times 781. So this should be 867.7. No, I won't use the TH3D one. 867.8 is what I'll put, or 78. 867.78. And we also should be able to save this and just run the config tool. Although we did have fun with that being a problem before, right? This is still... I sent you a screenshot of how I use the config tool calculator. Okay, I'll look at that later. We're just gonna try this to see if I got it right. Actually do this. I don't trust the config thing with docking and undocking. So, come on, reconnect. I know, Apollo, but I still have issues. Okay, let's get the tool head back to temperature. We probably should have been a higher temperature doing this. Now that I think about it, let's home all. The star would be channel members, Bellador. So channel members of varying lengths of time get a different color star. This needs to be active. And we're gonna grab tool 0. Thanks for being a member, Chris. Okay, now with that up to temperature, we should be able to move that where we can see it. We should be able to extrude 50 millimeters, and we should end up with about 5 millimeters left on the thing. Chris, thanks for the gifted memberships. And Jose and Bearded Bucket, thanks for being members. So that is, ow, I just stabbed myself with the tweezers. PF Dennis, thanks for being a member. Look at all those new members. Yeah. Okay, is that done? So now if I come over here and look at my little Sharpie mark, it should be it's passed. So we didn't get it right. We didn't get it right. Shlunky Kong, thanks for being a member. And Rod, thanks for the gifted memberships. So we didn't get it right. Let's see how far off we got it. So let's make a 50 millimeter mark. If we didn't get it right, I can't see the mark. It means we're more than 5 millimeters off, which is a little more than I want to leave it at. So now we're going to do another 50 millimeters. Prince Frankfree, thanks for being a member. And Davis, thanks for being a member. Jordan, thanks for being a member. Is that done? Yep. Okay, let's see where we're at now. Where did you go? We went... Oh no, it's right there. So it went exactly 50. So it was probably right at the entrance to the thing, or is it the opposite? Anyway, it's showing that I just extruded 50 millimeters. We're going to call that good enough for this. We are going to call that good enough. So with that, are we ready to actually get this going for a print? Let's put tool 0 back. So Steve, as far as this is concerned, as far as that calibration, the config is assuming that all the tools are the same for the extruder steps per millimeter calibration. The reality is they're probably off by some very, very small amount each. The thing you could do in your config is on your tool change macros, have it run a new M566 or M92 command. Run a new M92 for each extruder or each tool that gives a different extruder steps per millimeter value on tool change. So that way you could, within the current setup, you could have individual calibrations per tool head. So, we have one filament loaded. Let's get the silver loaded. Where is my other spool holder? I brought one in here, assuming that I had another one already in here. Oh, they're there. This here, get the silver. Whoa, what's going on there? Why is that still going? Oh, there it is. Okay, there, right to there. So if we now go, let's close this, and that'll be good enough to get it extruding. Let's grab tool 1. And that's active. Okay. Not even these steps. Okay. Now that that is active, we might as well see this one push plastic. So let's move it over somewhere where we can see it. Oops, too far. Blurry mode. And let's grow and extrude. Is that going? It's hard to tell. I don't think it's going. Is it even extruding? It is not. Why is it not hitting? Why is it not hitting the... Why is that not... It's not getting into the... It's not getting past the... that spot. Why not? Let's see if we can move it. There we go. I think that'll work. Yep, now I grabbed it. Okay, I did 2 millimeters per second, but... And let's do another 20 millimeters. And it should pop out. Yep, there it is. There it is. So now that those are both primed with filament, let's put that tool back. I love the tool change. Just the whole process of it doing it is awesome. Okay, now we need to get a slicer going for this, right? Are we just about there? Let's get some, this thing is cooled off, so now we can at least clean a colder bed. Look at all those fingerprints. I really should do a hot soapy water clean, but this is what we're gonna have to do right now. Okay. Hopefully that is enough. So let's go out to the Blackbox repo, right? Is there, yep, firmware and slicer. Firmware and slicer. 5 FDM tools. Where's the slicer config, Chris? Are you still here? Hey, Farouk. Where is guides, STLs, canned, bomb? I thought there was a slicer config out there. Is it in that file? Config. This is the config.zip. It's not in there. What am I missing? Am I general, mechanical, electronics, firmware and slicer. 1 FDM tool. If I go 5 tools, we only get a config zip and macros. What if I go 1 tool? Nothing. 2? Nothing. You didn't check if there was a profile before coming this far? I did check. I didn't actually go out and check. I asked. I asked. Where is this? Where are you, Chris? Yeah. I asked if there was a profile out there. I didn't actually go out and check. Chris said it was out there. Let me make sure it didn't get emailed to me or sent message to me directly. No, it's not. Well, let's download this. Save that there because we're going to need that. Let's give Chris a moment because I don't want to start a profile from default. If we don't have a profile, then we're going to do first print next stream. I don't have the brain capacity, the bandwidth right now to do a from scratch multi-tool head with start G code and everything. Is it maybe on there in here? Commissioning. See if it's in here at all. No. What do you think of the build? I'm debating picking up a kit, but I've only ever built one Voron. Are the docs good enough yet, at least for the build? The docs, once Chris updates, I mean, the docs are good enough now for someone who's familiar with building. I mean, obviously done it. There are some updated docs that need to go out there. But other than that, I mean, there's been some tweaks I've made to things, but almost all of the tweaks I've made have been to satisfy my own, like build plate chamfers and stuff like that. The additions that I've made, like the tool head, like this wire cover, are going to get incorporated into the build files, I think. But other than that, I mean, it's been a pretty smooth build. It's just a lot. There's a lot to it. I don't know if I'm missing where that might be, but I don't think so. This does say, here, let's try this. Let's see if it was here at some point and it was removed. Nope. That's not, yeah. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Is Luke still around? I just don't want to start a profile from scratch. So. Oh, I guess you can see me scrolling through looking for things. Maybe guides? Firmware? Oh, shoot. Where was I? Guides. Let's try guides. And then, yeah, no, this is just the guides. Oh. I do not I'm not going to set up a from scratch profile on this. I just don't want to misrepresent it either. I don't know. I'm not comfortable enough with what needs to be in the start G code. Yeah, let's look at, while we're here, Blackbox Discord. Here, KB3D Discord. Is there a... I don't really see what channel it would be in. You looked in the Discord? Okay. So what we're going to do is we've got person in here. Let's go, actually, let's go printables, but let's go to stream chat and look at what this chess model thing is. Hey, John. We've kind of stalled right now. We've kind of stalled a little bit. So according to I absolutely hate that when I put Discord into streaming mode, it decides that I don't need to know who people are. Discord puts freaking, for most people, it puts like their first initial and then ... Even when you click on their name to try to get like their full, what is this person's name? It doesn't tell you what their name is when you're in streamer mode for some reason. I don't want to, then notifications come through. Notifications come through my, the same route as the music's coming through. So the box is different from the picture. Go to setting, then streamer mode and remove the check, hide person. Wow, are you serious, Nappin? Are you actually serious? I see why. I see why. I was looking for Valador. I couldn't remember the specific spelling of Valador's name. That's why that irritated me. But it's because if you're actually sharing your Discord screen, that they don't want that to show up. Nappin, you're a flippin' savior. I did not actually see that the whole time I've used Discord and streamer mode. Okay, what am I looking for here? What do we want? We want something. Which one do I want to print here, Valador? Open the 3MF file and open the whole thing? Okay. What is in this 3MF file? If there's any printer settings saved in here, then I'm moving on to another model. I don't want printer settings, and I don't. Okay. Let's see what we end up having here. All the files with the proper heights. That's not what I was hoping for. I need a simple, single piece, quick print, 2 colors. Oh, that's not what I want. This one, and let's open this. What does this look like? And okay, it doesn't look like, I don't think print settings got imported, so. I don't want print settings. And I don't want 90% of this. I mean, I'm printing one piece. What are all these? I might want one of those because that's a nice small print. I'm not going to print that. I'm not going to print that. I'm not going to print that. I'll leave that. Not going to print that. Let's look at these. What do these look like? What do these look like as a body and crown? What is this? What is this merge? Checkers, body, and crown. Oh, there it is on the bottom. Ah, I see. And what is this one? Bishop, top and bottom. I know, Marcel. I know. What is this? Okay, here's what we'll do. What? Why didn't that? There. Delete. Print 2 of these. Then we get crown and checker. That's what we would look at. But I have not seen a slicer profile come through yet. Likes the hard way because what's the fun and easy? I do. I tend to do things such the hard way. That was a lot of work. The whole thing is I wanted super quick print. It's not going to help if we don't have a slicer profile. And I'm going to give this about 5 more minutes for us to find that. And then we will have we pushed plastic on this out of 2 tool heads. We pushed plastic on this today out of 2 tool heads. We satisfied the goal. Now, I did say I wanted to push plastic in an organized fashion out of 2 tool heads. But, no, I threw them away. There's remnants of it in there. 12 streams equals a lot of hard work. So I'll reiterate the plans here. We are not done with this build. We have basically finished. Oh, I know what we can do. Well, we got more than 5 minutes. We've got more than 5 minutes. Let me see here. Have we lost everybody though? No, we still have over 200 people. We need to put that aux fan on. We need to actually mount that. So let's do that. We've got all this kind of stuff we can do while we wait that we should have been doing anyway before we print. So we need to put the aux fan all together. We've got tons of things we can do. I'll grab a couple of 20 millimeter. Oh, that one's 18 for some reason. Marcel. So we have this guy here, which is this goes on this side of here. So I have another Chris working on a solution standby. Let's pull this off. Oh, we're getting the creep up of hair on my arm. Static. All the peels. That is such a weird sensation for that to be pulling the hairs up on my arm progressively as I peel. Oh. There we go. Okay, so that goes there. Way over there. And then this, it's gonna go through here. So let's get one of these started. Where's my screwdriver? Did I put it back in here? Yep. Just want to hear when your beard goes bonkers. So it should go in there. And then this is just kind of a interesting little sandwich of parts. And then the question is if this one over here is going to line up. And let's loosen these. Yeah, I think it might line up okay. Where's the LTS screwdriver? I have an LTS screwdriver. I really like my hobbyist drivers, my RC hobby drivers. Now, the problem with the fans that we corrected is not corrected on the panel. So I'm gonna need to widen this slot here. So I'm gonna try to do that just with the file. See if that's gonna work okay. It's absolutely never gonna be clean again at this point. Oh, and I just scratched the hell out of it. This panel will probably get replaced anyway because of this fix. So, yep, that's... Aside from Phoenix, Trident is the answer there. I'm not paying attention. I keep slipping and smacking the side of the panel. So I've got 3 big scratches there now. But I have made some progress on widening that by quite a bit. So that's good. Okay, we're gonna hope that that's enough because that's about 1 millimeter of change. Okay, let's try that again. So this, and you're absolutely right on the washers. We should probably use some washers. Where did I put those? I had some washers. Here they are. Okay, some washers. Wow. That is dirty, dirty. sent by DM. Okay. Thank you, Chris. Flip this around. This goes in here. Okay. Next one. What's the water level in the tank? It is nearly at the top. It's not as at the top as it was earlier. So it has pulled some more into the system. So this one, and I'm using these big fender wash or larger OD washers here, Chris. I think someone mentioned, and I agree, it's probably a good idea. Yep, and it looks like I think I've pulled the, hoping. Yep, I've widened that enough. So let's do that. And then let's grab, try to get rid of all this. There we go. Okay, so now this goes on here, but, oh, and I'm very close. Very close. Maybe close enough, but I think I'm gonna move it a little bit. So with the aux fan in here, the Z chain upper mount has to move over just a little bit. So let's move that over just a little bit. Over just a few millimeters, I think is all. And this goes on here. And then I think it's just a matter of where does all this go. And I think right there is probably going to be pretty good, right where it's at. All the way down. It looks just sighting through there. It's pointing right at the part. Wish we could see laminated glass. Just need someone to cut the glass using water jetting. Okay, so that's on, and I can plug it in now. Okay. That can just go in there. Okay, auxiliary fan is in place. Let's shift this around. And we're gonna have to kind of shift the whole thing and shift the filament. There we go. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Next is let's put this part of the front. So this goes on here like this. Pull that. Those boxes on the belts counterweights, they are counterweights for the bed weight. So we can get away with one Z stepper. we go. And I think two, where are we at? Oh. And three, these will probably work. These guys go in and secure this to the display, and that'll help reinforce that display too. There we go. We've got display. And then we've got a door to put on, but I think I'll save that for next stream. Let's get this printing. I have Prusa Slicer config. Save it. And save. So now we're going to come back over here and we are going to file, import config. And Blackbox Prusa Slicer config. Open. Whew. So now we have a default configuration. And here is the orientation. Let's sort those. Let's go back. Just do, what's going to be visible? I think from 0, 0. If I set that right there, I guess we'll just put these right about here so we can see. Now, how do we minimize that purge tower? So let's see what this is doing. Let's see what this is doing. We go printer settings. We got a 0.2 millimeter layer height. It'd be like 3 layers tops. Yeah. It should reduce in size on slice. Okay. Infill, multiple extruders. What is this saying? So, oh, this is just where the white tower is. We could just turn it off too. But that's okay. It's not going to be much. Let's go to, yeah, it's more of a prime tower. You're right. Filaments. We are at, so this is Prusament. It tends to like to extrude a little hotter. I'm going to go 215. And cooling. So we don't have a way of, will we be manually running the aux fan, Chris? If we want it. I'm not going to worry about it. Okay. So filament, and then so I was so worried about the start G code. There's not a whole lot to it. I'm still learning about that. Okay. I know there are functions in like Orca Slicer for controlling an aux fan. It's only a print. Okay, so we're basically going to go through all of this. If we slice this, you see we've got basically nothing for a prime tower as was said. Let's do, I guess I have tool 1 is blue. I guess that'll work. Just whatever it comes back, whatever it comes up to. That's going to print right like that. Are we ready? G-code is no longer my single tool printer. Let's export this. I'm just going to export this to the Blackbox folder. Yeah, whatever. That's fine. Now if we come back to, where is it here? we go here, what is this? Well, first of all, let's see, what is this doing at start? What do we have to do? So it's gonna home, it's gonna mesh. Oh, that's one thing that really bugs me about Prusa slicers. If you bring this in and bring your mouse in, wherever your mouse is where this tooltip comes up. And if you're trying to move around within here, it sometimes doesn't go away. Then it's gonna move there and it's gonna change to T0 and it's gonna go. You can't watch? Well, neither can I. Tell me how it goes. Let's go to jobs. I guess those are already preheated. Let's get the bed heating. Okay, let's get the bed heating. Click the pencil above the G code. G32 is for tramming. G32, was there a G32 in there? It doesn't tram though. Yeah. Oh, we're only meshing, yep. Oh, did someone else say G32? Yeah. This has a single Z stepper for that. In an earlier stream, we aligned the bed to the frame. So this is heating up. I'm gonna wait until that heats up and then I'm gonna start the print and YOLO. I'm going to move this camera in to where I'm hoping I can get some, oops, what happened? What did I just hit? Didn't, oh, did I? Okay. Uh-oh. What is that? Oh, I covered the, I covered the eyepiece, so it turned off the back display automatically. I did not do a manual mesh. I did not. Should I run a mesh and see what it does? I'm just trying to see if I can get any kind of a view here. Just looking at, I guess this is going to be covered by the tool though. Yeah, I think that's going to be the best view we can get because I'm not going to be able to get down in there with the, oh, maybe I can do this. Let me try something. We still want to see the print. Okay, maybe I'll be able to sneak in there with a, maybe I'll be able to sneak in here with some view of it printing. We shall see. As long as you didn't hit factory reset, camera should be good. Yeah. Okay, everything's up to temperature. I am going to run the print. Let's upload a G-code file and merged, open. You should have a nozzle cam on it. It should. Let's do it. So it should home. Let's make sure everything's out of the way. Oh, shit. Well, it broke. Just put that out of the way. It's the aux fan that got hit. I didn't see full clearance for the aux fan. And it actually broke the Z chain mount. It's fine. So when it homed, I thought I had clearance for the aux fan. I apparently missed. And sorry for the language. That was a startled. Oh, that's not gonna work at all. Go over here, maybe. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to get a good shot. I think this overhead is gonna be the best. This is the first time it's done a mesh. Sure, everything's... Whew. Whew. Okay, I guess it clears fine, but just nervous with those fan ducts towards the tools. Okay, 72 points probed. Here we go. It's a weird spot for the print, but it's laying down plastic and seems to be, I think it's probably reasonable on the Z offset. It's probably could be a little, and I probably could have made those twice as big as they are. Those are some small checker pieces. Okay. Oh, let's ooze that. No, that's okay. Trying to get this out of the way. Little ooze. Well, and we didn't really adjust the docks to make sure that they are completely blocking the nozzle. Cool. It is not my first color change print. That's from the extruder loading. Another advantage PLA, you can get to bed without burning. Oh yeah. I should have put these further apart, and then when it's printing the other one, you can at least see what it did on the last one. And I think that's done with the filament changes. I think it's going to be this. I think it's going to be this this color for the rest of it. Yeah, water's working. I do need to top it off. No, actually I did some two color prints on my switch wire with a filament splitter. Yeah, well, let's see. I'm doing some printable searching. Do them get a 200% scale and further apart. Yeah, maybe that's what we'll do. While that's printing, if we come back, oops, nope, over here and go to the platter and let's do, oh, that's set to 70%. Let's go to 150%. There we are. And also, we need to go over here to printers and go to general and set the, load the, what is it, the model? Oh, it failed. It came loose. Pause print. We got it. It didn't survive, but we got it. Yeah, I'm noticing the location on the plate is different than the slicer as well. Do you know why, Chris? What's going on? I did clean the bed. I did clean the bed. But our Z offset is a little high. We're gonna do a few things here. We're not done. We're gonna see the GPs. Let's go back to where we were. Let me get this stuff done. Is that right? Is that what I wanted? And say okay. And we go back to the platter now. Here's our bed now. We are, yeah, that's where we were. Why isn't it in the right spot? They're 295 by 290. We're not that far off. I don't know why. Rep. Okay. In any case, that's something I'll have to look at and figure out. This is where we're going to print these. We'll put a little purge tower in the middle, and if we slice this, how many layers of the logo do we have now? 2. That'll be fine. At least 2 layers of it. They're bigger, they're better. The G-code flavor. Oh, rep firmware. There we are. Okay. Platter. Slice now. Now let's see where it goes. So we're gonna do that. That should be far enough away to where at least you can see the one print. I'm also going to, oops. And zoom out. I'm gonna go with this stuff. I'm gonna put some of this stuff on there. Can you invert the color on the one of the checker pieces? Yeah, I think so. I think I come over here and choose one of these and set as a separate object. And then this object, we're gonna say, and that's a great idea, I love it. Do that. And now slice, and yep, there we are. Good call. Good call. I like it. Shoot. Okay, well, let's just do this. I don't have my little brush, but go over to what the? Oh. Make sure you put the adhesive all over in case the print is offset again. Do you know why it was offset? Was it all that G-code flavor? There we go. That'll be good enough. Okay, going back to here. I put some of that on. We're still in a pause state. We need to cancel the print. So status, cancel print, and then put tool 0 back. Now, I think we can come back here and export this. Save, yes, and then go, I guess we can do this. Go back to jobs and upload that file again. Open. Change the G code to G29S1 to reuse that mesh. Enters G code G29S1. Platter, slice, export it. So we don't have to go through the mesh again. And then, and upload that. I probably could start with a Prusa XL base and see how that works too. Yeah. But that's okay. And let's just go for it. Now I know we could play with offsets, and I'll do that, but I think it was close. It was really close. I think it was more dirty bed of why it actually failed. So yes, I will set that up. I will set that up, and let's just do it. Do it. Okay, things are good. And everything's still at temperature. What is it doing right now? It is waiting for something. Is it waiting for something to stabilize? What is it doing? What is it doing? Temperatures are all stable. Print. Go print. Oh, there we are. Yeah, just finished homing. see if I can. Yeah, it is in the same spot. It is off a little, huh? I wonder why. It's not bad. It's looking good to me. Oh, there's the, that was an interesting little shimmy over to the tool. Oh, so I think I know where that purge there is, Chris, and that's going to be a problem. I know where to fix that. Yeah, that might cause a problem with the print, but that extra little blob that's right here, you can't see that, the little blob that's right there. Let's let this do the first layer and then I'll go show you where that is. The slicer is not for a 350 bed. We checked that. You assume your leak blockers aren't seated? No, that little blob is not, that's in the slicer actually. If I remember right, I'll show you where. But this is looking pretty good, really. We may get a failure from that blob, just depending on how high it's sticking up. But I want to let this go through. This ought to be a good. This is working. This is printing now in an orderly fashion. It's extruding plastic in an orderly fashion. That kind of stutter over there is kind of weird, isn't it? Oh yeah, I do plan to tune it. It definitely needs to be tuned. But I was gonna say, if we switch over here to this, if you go to, I think it's here, and the extruder, this, what is it? Is it this minimum travel after retraction? No, it was something else. Where? There was something in here that I've had on machines. Retraction when tool. I thought it was something in here. Maybe I need to look for it a little closer. I was expecting to see some values there. Anyway. Did I add any supports? No. Why would I add supports? It doesn't need any supports. So the purge shower is just to establish flow, not to purge, because the filament in that particular nozzle was changed. Correct. It's just to make sure that if it oozed over on the dock, that you're going to be starting with immediately with filament. No, there's a little extra, just a little extra on that second tool. There's something about that second tool that pushes a little extra in the beginning. Yeah, it looks like the blob was inconsequential, yep. Is this machine as fast as a well-tuned boron? That's a good question. I don't know what the speed cap on this is. Could you send me the file for the ex-gantry wire cover you made? Yes. The some input shaper tuning is on the docket for this. And then just kind of getting used to the workflow of the tool changer. And at some point, hopefully not too long, fully enclosed. I think this is going to sit in my other shop directly underneath my rep box. And I think that's going to be my filament management going into here. If it works out, I'm going to try it. He's live right now. I think we can crash his stream after this. Maybe. It might not be set right, Luke. It very well might not be. Yeah, copy. Edit. The hot end is water cooled. Yep. Customization. And let's add a redirect to. Yeah, there we are. Okay. When we end here, we're going to raid into DeWitt 3D. So Tim is streaming right now. We'll raid in there when we end here. Is this printer rep only or Clipper as well? You could run Clipper on this. You could very well run Clipper on this. You'd be a little more on your own for the configuration. But yeah. Could you get a tape measure and measure how wide the PEI bed is? It's 300 millimeters even. Okay, it's 305. Daniel, check it out. Got everything printed to put the side fan on Tuesday's stream. Are you going to reprint it after the changes to those files last night? I didn't break it. I broke the Z chain. It's the Z chain mount that actually broke. Did, I don't know what I was going to say. Oh, does yours do that kind of weird, like jerky movement over to the dock? It's just interesting. It like segments that into a bunch of short movements. You just printed them last night? How late last night, Luke? Because if it was, if you're on the East Coast and if you printed them before about 1 a.m. your time, then you will need to reprint them. Ballador, this is also going to determine where actual 00 is. I need to look at that because I don't know where exactly 00 is. Been swearing at my fridge for a couple hours. Water filter needed to be changed and it leaked everywhere twice. Ooh. Oh, my stomach's growling. I don't say bad words. And saw the jerking last change. What's the next big project going to be? There's a couple of things on the docket. So, yeah, that there. You can hear it. There's a couple of things on the docket. We've got a solid fork refresh to do. That's going to be fun. That'll be another rep firmware build using the Mellow Can tool head and the latest solid fork R1 files. We have the Tic Tac that hopefully Daniel and I are gonna get going, and from there's a few others. We're gonna do an MMU3 at some point soon. 2.8. I'm on 2.8, Chris. I also changed that G-code flavor to RepRap firmware from RepRap/Sprinter that it was on. Wonder how long is this supposed to take? 49 minutes? Number of tool changes, 47 for this. I wonder why, Chris. Shouldn't it be RepRap firmware? I mean, if we go here, the RepRap firmware. Now this was RepRap Sprinter, but what is the difference between those two? I would think since we're running RepRap firmware, that's what we'd choose. And is that just for, because it says no extrusion. Is that just an extruder change? You remember using that before and it causing issues? So it should be RepRap/Sprinter. Oh, we're doing the bridging. what is the total cost for a black box? Depends on where you go with it. So fully kitted out, maximum thing, I think is, I mean, mid 3,000s. If you go to kb-3d.com, there is a configurator there. And if you get lost in there, there is a Discord help channel for build for setting that up. I'm gonna get thumbnails working. I'm sure I can. I mean, this is an imported config, Balador. So I have thumbnails working on my other profiles, so it will make building your kit much, much easier. Nice. Why not go all in and use tubes because they're very tall. For most people, the 3 tool heads would be enough. I would agree. I would agree. For the vast majority of what I'd want multi tool heads for, 3 would be a sweet spot. The occasional need for more is there, but I could do, I mean, if I wanted to do the multi color stuff on printed parts, most of what I do is even 2 color. Thanks, Balador. I'll look at that still. It might be different from what I'm thinking too. Hey, Reth. What does this say as far as progress? Status. Tell us what is number of minutes left. You need to build a stealth changer. That could be on the list at some point. See you, Marcel. Process setting up a 9-spool ERCF. Massively overkill, but should be fun. Make some filamentalist rewinders. Nice. Do you have PVA filament? This would be the perfect application for soluble. I do have some PVA. It's probably about 6 years old. It's never been opened. It's still sealed, but I bet you it needs dried for forever. This build is very easy to start small and add to it later, as far as number of tool heads. I would say that this would be very easy to do that. The thing about PVA is it's just so hygroscopic, and you're really limited for PVA itself to PLA, right? So what's more exciting to me is just the PLA PETG prints and HIPS and ABS as incompatible material supports. I don't think the total build was necessarily difficult. The one thing, the highlight for me that was the worst part of the build was threading the cords through the counterweights. Other than, compared to that, everything else was cake. Think of the total build. Oh, difficult. Yeah, overall, I don't think following the directions, and especially once all the updates that have been sent to me are out there, will be a lot better. PLA TP or print? Sure. Does the plate feel cool? Oh, let's go over here. Yeah, that's cool. I don't know if I can get, yeah, there's nothing hot there. Hey, Nutter. What was the root cause of the homing issues in the tool alignment? Not undetermined. I haven't done a lot of testing. I've done, like, instead of just rerunning the config, I've been restarting the main board. So once as I use this more, I'll try to find the pattern. Where are the water blocks? One water block is here on the tool head, right behind. And the other block, you can see it poking in right here on the bar. So there's a water block and there's a water block. The trick from what I'm seeing, what other people are doing, the trick for TPU and PLA stuff is to make sure that you have a mechanical interface in there. Yeah, what Chris is saying, that you got to mechanically capture that TPU. Well, I need quick print time right now, Valador, rather than hefty checker pieces. This is turning out great though. I am thrilled. Even, I mean, just kind of looking at what little bit of surface quality I can see on the side, it's looking good. Was there a profile available? Yes, we did get a profile, a Princeton Slicer profile. Yeah, it's just the moves, Tuxedo, just the travel moves. There aren't complicated enough travel moves within the print to see if it would do it then, but yes, absolutely, Antstar. Making some, can I reach them? Here, we got a couple of things here. We've got there we go, KB3D. We got a positron, and we got the ones for me. There's a couple, oh, there we go. This would be fun to do. Oh, and then the Rocky Mountain, which doesn't quite fit. It fits diameter, but it's thicker. It's thicker than the others, so it doesn't fit the spec. And I have a Zach Friedman RFID one around here somewhere. I did not print any of these, so K2 Kevin printed and designed the ones that are me, and did most of those anyway. Did the KB3D one. Always someone printing out of spec, I know. This is good. I am very happy. We have hit the goal here. Only 6 hours. We are close to this being done, so I'd like to let this finish. We can hang out that long, right? I don't really see a percent of this. What percentage is it done? Does it say on the front here? Let's close that. Time left. It says 23 minutes. 23 minutes left. Wonder why the STL files were that small in size though. It was 70% in the 3MF file. I am getting little bits, and I need to play with the ooze blockers, but I'm getting little bits of the other color kind of dropping into the infill there. So I think playing with the ooze blockers might help. Is it possible to not purge prime on every tool change? Absolutely. You can change the purge behavior. Here, if we go over, I'm not super familiar with this, but I think if we go to print settings and multiple extruders, here's our wipe tower settings. And what can we do? We can do width, we can do the angle, we can do spacing, we can say no spares or prime all printing extruders. Yeah. Could also, I wonder if, depending on the print, it might be efficient to do like an ooze shield or something. It gets a little closer. Purge to infill. Is that in the advanced? Or is that under filaments? Let's see what's under filaments. Maybe advanced. Wipe tower, minimal purge on wipe tower. Oh, that's minimal. Oh, minimal purge. What does that mean? Tool changer. Be the first pulling move, number of pulling moves. Multi-tool ramming volume. Yeah. If they are independent tool heads, why is there a purge block? It's not really a purge block, it's more of a prime. For any little bit that it oozes at the dock, if you don't prime ahead, some minimal amount, you can make there's a different style of purge block as well, or prime block. I think there's a lot of slicer settings here we could tweak. But if you don't, then you're going to have gaps in the start of that layer. Hope it counts as 2 strings so we get another giveaway. Sometimes use a draught shield as a prime tower. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is that would, because if it's a small print, then your space, the travel between the draft shield or whatever and the part is even shorter than a prime tower would be. Purge and heated bed might get sued. So we will be back here. I'm hoping, the plan is in 2 weeks. It might be plus a week or whatever, depending on how schedules work out. But the plan is to come back and kind of polish the rest of this, things that I'll learn in the next couple of weeks. And the goal will be to do a small HueForge print. HueForge prints take a very long time. So we may not finish it, but at least we'll get something that is using all 5 tool heads. And potentially look at TMV as part of that, things like that. This Tuesday, we're going to be back on the Trident, and we'll be deep into configuring the various modifications that we've done to that. And then next Sunday, I am so stoked. We will be setting up and doing some prints on the Magneto X. Now that one is going to probably set on my little portable workbench, and I'm going to point the cameras at it, because up here, it's going to be like here, and I'm not going to be able to see anything. Yeah, I'm really stoked. This is working. This is great. Now we just need to enclose it, Chris. I don't know if it's better than expected. I always hope that I have a good print on the first try. That's kind of the goal, right? We spend a lot of time during the build doing things as well as we can. And we've shown that most times that ends up with a system that needs minimal work to get a good print out of, or a good thing out of, the Milo, a good cut out of, or whatever. So the hope is that we kind of show the extra time, the extra care in the build process results in something that works better in the end. Is it possible to just get rid of the purge tower? Sure, it is possible to get rid of the purge tower if we've got our ooze blocking on our docks optimized, if we've got our travel speeds going over to the print quick enough that we're not oozing on the way, then it is possible to get rid of that purge tower altogether. And if you use other tricks like purge, or not purge, but prime to infill, could get rid of that kind of thing. But you need something that you're going to either stop it from oozing, which is almost impossible, or prime it before each layer, or after each change. Perimeters last, infill first. Thanks, Jeff. I am going to almost immediately turn around after I get something to eat and try this same print with Sprinter, Rep, and Sprinter selected to see if it gets rid of that weird movements. So this, I think that the slicer settings could use some tweaking, because that's not the minimal prime tower that Prusa Slicer supports, and I don't know where that setting is. There's another setting somewhere for an even smaller prime. Let's see if we can find it here. Is there no sparse primal printing extruders? Where is that? There should be a setting. Does anybody know what that was? There's this, you see it on the Prusa XL prints. It's just a little kind of tapered looking little prime tower. And I don't know if it's in here or... I've used it. It was maybe... Is that the white tower? I don't know what this is. That position in the NUI. Default value is 15. Why is this 50? Oops. Let's see what that does. Oh, that's a smaller, and that would have been enough. This little tiny thing would have been enough. But there's a totally different wipe setup. I don't know where it is set. White towers, purge line spacing, no sparse layers. Yeah, I don't know. I'll find it though. I don't want to change well, could I? Here, let's save this. Because this is an imported profile, I have to save it as something else, but let's just save that. And filaments, it doesn't really matter. I don't need to. Here, let's just do that. Just do that. Prusa XL or Blackbox. Kind of, as far as what we're talking about here with wipe towers and stuff, it should be interchangeable. It's more Prusa slicer function than the printer function. Well, I'm gonna bring up my Tridex profile if I have it here, and go here. Whoa, what's going on? Nope, that didn't work. So print settings. Tridex. Well, that didn't work. I don't know where it is. Oh, there we are. Hey, Joey. Under Filament Advanced Minimal Purge on Wipe Tower. Adjust width in print settings, multiple extruders, wipe tower to make it thinner or fatter. So let me get back over there. Blackbox and Blackbox. So if we go here and we go back here, if we go to, you said under Filament Advanced Minimal Purge Tower. Well, this says Minimal Purge on Wipe Tower. Adjust width in print settings. But this isn't giving us the little kind of hollow wipe tower. Adjust the filament for how much? But the total shape of it is wrong. How do you get the other one? I don't know. Stabilization cone? What's that? On Taylor's channel, he was showing the pyramid white tower for Deadpool print. Yeah, exactly. That one. I know I've printed something with that. I thought on the Tridex. But I just loaded my Tridex profile and it doesn't show up like that on here. Yeah, I'll figure. Either someone's gonna mention something that. Need a taller print? Maybe. All of these tool changes have been good though. Okay, I got that, Dutch dude. Let's see what that is. Oh, there we are. Stabilizing cone. Someone said stabilizing cone. A wipe tower can optionally be printed with a stabilization cone, which prevents it from toppling over. This feature is especially useful when the white priming tower is very small in footprint but can reach great heights. The apex angle of the cone is adjustable. Oh, so that's what this actually is. If we go back to here, and is that in stabilizing cone? Angle at the apex of the cone that is used to stabilize the white tower. So if we go, I don't know, 5, and go over here and slice this. Maybe it doesn't show up when it's, oh, let's go, what if this is 5? Here. Nope, none of that is working. None of that has changed anything. Why didn't it change anything? Why didn't it change anything? Huh. Okay, let's go back here. Need a taller print? Okay. Send you a page. You can add the cone under print settings. Setting the value to 0 disables the cone. The draft shield in the past. Yeah, we were talking about that a few minutes ago, using that. Import a taller model. Comes on for tall prints. Okay. It says apex angle. At what height does the apex begin? I see. Ah. Apex angle about 25 to 30. Okay, I'll play with that later. This should be getting close. All of that can be configured, it looks like. So is anybody here going to Orange County Maker Faire? That's what I've been getting ready for. Orange County Maker Faire. I have some inkling of trying to take this guy. When is it? September 14th, 15th. You plan to? Awesome. It's 2 days this year. It was 1 day the last 2 years. See you 1 liter, Peter. Six and a half hours. This is a long time. This is on the very long end. We're not doing top layers yet. How many top layers do we have? Only 2. No, 3. Only 3 top layers. I will if you pick me up on the way. What is on the way? What is on the way, Michael? Modesto. Ew, that would mean having to drive down 99. Thanks, Collie. Nothing. I know. I know. It's gotten a whole lot better than it used to be years and years ago. Most of 99 has gotten a lot better, going to 4-lane freeway instead of 2-lane highway. But I'm talking like the last 25 years. What was I gonna look up? I was gonna look. Oh, I was gonna see what the status is. Oh, 78.6% done. And we are on, does it say what layer? We are on status. Doesn't say. Oh, we're doing top layers. So we're almost done. How tall did these end up being? .45 millimeters. And we are at 7.8. That doesn't make sense. Huh. It would have been faster to print it 100% infill at the 70% size in the 3MF. Oh, I'm sure it would have, but we wanted some build surface area. Concentric 100% infill. You had a 4.5-hour print fail on Thursday night at 85%. Oh, a 2-hour power failure? Ouch. Oh, that's why. Okay, it's doing solid because it's got the center there. It's got the stacking features. So it'll stack together. Yeah, 2 hours is a lot too long for or any normal printer to run on a battery, a UPS anyway. Oh, was that, Arthur, is that a first gen XB or a second? Those are always quirky little cars. Oh, this is good. How many people do we have still hanging out? Almost 200. I'll stretch it and say almost 200. This is cool. Thanks for the model, Ballador. I appreciate it. I can't wait to flip this over and see what it looks like. So the plan is to do a fairly bright Lynx build with what would normally, I would normally print in like black or whatever, printed in silver. And then the color being the green for that blaster, which should be, it might be like August 31st for the member stream this month. I think I'm gonna be a little tied up getting ready for the next couple of streams this month with the Magneto and then the wrap up on this one. So getting close. 2 events in the next 2 months. 3. Yeah, OC Maker Faire, 3D Printopia, Vice, and then I'm gonna attend Rockland Maker Faire. You gonna go out to Rockland Maker Faire again, Bill? And then I'm going to, on a Saturday, and I'm gonna attend Mare Island Maker Faire on a Saturday. So that's basically the next 2 months of things. Which printers, if any, are you taking to OC? I'm taking a lot of printers, Frank. I will be taking Vorons because I'm going to be doing a Voron booth. But if I can get it ready, I want to take the Phoenix, and then I'll take a collection of V2s, Switchwire, V0. So, if I take the Phoenix, I'm going to rent a cargo van, which means I can fit whatever I want. But I'm not at a point where I can say for sure if I'm taking the Phoenix or not. It's half apart right now. Hey, Dragonflame. But after this, I'm going to do some work on it. So. And get ready for Tuesday. I think the Trident is, I don't think there's a whole lot for me to get ready for. It's mostly configuring. At OC Maker Faire, if you were wanting to go, Bill, I could use some booth help. But that's totally up to you. That's quite a drive. Or a flight, or whatever. We can chat about it. I'll DM you. Discuss with the chairman of the board. Yeah, I'm really pleased with the tool changing. The tool changing has been, it'll be interesting when I get a really big multiple, more than 2 color thing going. So what is a complicated 5 color? Let's stick with colors, not materials. Hey Nerkio, what should I print on this? It's 5 colors. Maybe let's keep it within 50 to 100 millimeters tall. See ya, John. I've been here long enough for 3 John appearances. Well, we just did, Nero just did Deadpool. Maker chips, yes. I do need to do maker chips. And that might really be a great idea to just do that. The idea would be just trying to get a lot of tool changes to really test it moving. We should get you to print the first Blackbox maker chips. I can get you a file. Okay. I'm down for that. Use up 4 colors. The more I spent this year, the further my expensive plans for next year's slip. Yeah. I can send you a macro that will run 10,000 tool changes while you sleep or work for a week. Well, I gotta get productive. Let's not put wear on the machine without spitting plastic. Hey, Kit. Kirby. I'm liking, I mean, although it won't be as many changes, I'm liking the idea of doing some maker chips. We are very, very close. Let's see, does it say? It doesn't give a percent down here. Not that I see on the, if I go console. Nope. Control. Nope. Status. Status doesn't give a percent complete of the print. It says time left. Time left slicer 1 second. Filament 1 minute 46 seconds. File 1 minute 15 seconds. The plan is to enclose it at some point, Jason. The color wheel might be a good test. Planning on doing a hue forge. Hopefully at the print in a couple of weeks. Need to get the blinky LEDs going before OC Maker Fair. Pretty neat multicolor print for the owl. Could you paint the chips different colors with the slicer? I think so. Good luck in the East Coast. What's that? Is there something going on there? Or are you talking about the event coming up? He's working on it? Okay. It's almost. Says it's 99.2%. Little gnat. I sent a screen capture with the percentage done on DWC. No, I'm talking about the panel do. The panel do doesn't have a percent done. How many layers left? I don't see where it says layer status. Oh, there it is. 47 of 48. Filament usage. 40. It's on the last layer right now. But the panel do doesn't seem to have percentage of it done. Oh, that's done. Cool. Okay. Oop. I pulled too hard. Kinematic mounted bed. We are done. Wow. I'm trying to push. Those magnets are strong. So that is one thing at least. There we go. Okay, we ready? Nice. Surface quality. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell from especially these sparkly colors, but I'm pretty happy. In the east, there will be a new name storm. Oh, that's not fun. We're done. Awesome. A better pick. Yeah, and they stack nicely. Have a little stack. Awesome. Yep, here we are, 7 hours. 7 hours. Wow. It is time for food. It is 100% time for food. Thank you. 170 people still here at 7 hours, so that's awesome. Another 22 of them for your checkerboard. Is that a record? Oh no, I've done a 9 hour, 9.5 or whatever on YouTube. So tried to build a switch wire in one stream, and that didn't get that far. So Millennium Machines just put out a video, fell victim to a scam. Oh no. Oh no. Man, I couldn't do that. I would have to keep snacks on tap. I'm gonna go snack like crazy right now. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, Chris and KB3D, for enabling this build. Thanks, Polymaker, for letting me give away the roll of filament, and thanks for everybody here for hanging out, for gifting, becoming members, and we will see you hopefully on Tuesday. So continuing the Trident, and once again, just a last reminder, we will be back on this to do the door and more printing on this in about 2 weeks. We're gonna do one more stream on this, so it'll be a full 13 streams for this build. So with that, enjoy the rest of your weekend. Hope you have a good week. Take care and enjoy the build. Thanks, Daniel.